The first warning came not from gunfire, not from sirens, not even from the Arbites patrols that stalked the hive's veins. It came from footsteps that should not have echoed, footsteps of the long dead, dragging themselves through corridors that smelled of ash and rotting steel. Hive Morbus was a city that never slept, but it was no longer alive. Its heart beat only in rusted pumps and corpse engines, its lungs choked with soot and incense, meant to mask the stench of the grave. The dead did not rest here. They walked, they served, they remembered, and we were trapped among them. The gunship's descent into Hive Morbus felt less like travel and more like burial, as if we were being lowered into a grave that had already been dug. The viewports showed nothing but a world cloaked in chemical haze, a choking fog of rust-colored smoke that pressed against the glass and smeared the sky into something sickly and wrong. We had marched into war zones before, through mud, fire, and the screaming mouths of artillery, but never had silence followed us this closely. Silence that wrapped around the hull like chains. The hive was a silhouette at first, a jagged monolith clawing into the clouds, its upper spires hidden within the smog as though they were ashamed to show themselves. As we descended lower, details emerged. Skeletal towers leaning against one another like broken ribs, furnaces coughing black smoke into the air, and countless windows that glowed faintly with a pale yellow light that did not flicker like fire, but pulsed like the veins of something alive. The closer we came, the more I felt as though the hive was not built stone by stone, steel beam by steel beam, but rather grown from the corpses of those who had once lived here. No one spoke during descent, not even the veterans. Our sergeant, a man named Vane with scars across his face like claw marks, kept his eyes fixed on the door and not on us. If he had doubts, he buried them as deeply as we were being buried in this metal coffin of a transport. I found myself staring at the man across from me. Hadrian, a boy who had joined us only 2 months ago and still carried the smell of farm soil in his uniform. His knuckles were white as he clutched his laser gun, but his lips moved silently, repeating the same words again and again, as if prayer could hold back what waited for us. When the gunship touched down, the impact echoed too loudly. The sound did not fade. It clung to the landing bay like a whisper that refused to die. The ramp lowered, and for a moment none of us moved, each man waiting for another to be the first to step into Hive Morbus. Then the order came through the vox, sharp and metallic, a voice that sounded more like a machine than a man. Deployment authorized. Disembark. The air that greeted us was thick, heavy, almost oily. My throat closed instantly, and it felt like I was breathing in smoke that had been exhaled 1,000 times before, by mouths that no longer drew breath. The landing bay was vast, its walls high and bristling with pipes that dripped steadily into pools of water the color of iron. The light was dim, filtered through panels of stained glass that showed Imperial saints, but the faces of the saints were cracked and warped, their eyes hollow. I thought they watched us with the same judgment that the dead must cast upon the living. We formed ranks as ordered, boots striking metal plates that echoed far too loudly in the emptiness. There were civilians waiting, or what I first thought were civilians. They stood in lines at the edges of the bay, dressed in the remnants of workers' gear, faces pale and skin stretched thin across their bones. They did not blink. They did not shift. They simply stared at us, their eyes like milky glass, their mouths closed so tightly it seemed their lips had been sewn together. I wanted to believe they were alive, that they were just beaten down by hunger, but when one turned its head to follow our sergeant's movements, I heard bones grind like gears. Vane gave the order to move, and we marched deeper into the hive. The corridors were narrow and hot, lined with conduits that hummed faintly like a heartbeat. Every step sent echoes spiraling upward, and I felt as though the hive itself was listening, memorizing our movements. Graffiti covered the walls, some in chalk, some in blood, prayers written in low Gothic that begged for mercy. Let the dead stay down. Let them stop walking. Let them stop serving. Others were crossed out violently, replaced with Mechanicus symbols etched into the steel, glowing faintly, as though written not with paint, but with something alive. We passed a group of workers pushing carts. At first I thought nothing of it. They wore masks of rusted metal, their arms covered in filth. But when the cart's wheels struck a seam in the floor and jolted, one of the workers fell. He landed face first, mask breaking open upon the steel. Where skin should have been, there was none, only bone slick with blood, jaw working soundlessly as though chewing words that would never be spoken. He rose again, with no hesitation, no groan, no cry of pain, and resumed pushing the cart as if nothing had occurred. Hadrin gagged, and one of the veterans gripped his arm tightly to silence him. Deeper still, the air grew colder, though the furnaces roared somewhere above us. Moisture dripped from the ceiling, but it was not water. It was thick, red, and metallic, pattering softly against our helmets like rain. I wiped some away with my glove and immediately regretted it, for the stench that rose was unmistakable. It was blood, not fresh, not old, but something in between, kept warm and cloying by the hive itself. Vane barked an order to keep moving, but I caught his eyes as he turned forward again. Even he looked pale, though he would never admit fear. At last, we reached the hab blocks, where civilians supposedly lived. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Thousands of windows, stacked floor after floor into a wall of stone and steel, and not a single sound of life. No children, no footsteps, no arguments carried through thin walls, only the faint mechanical hum that seemed to pulse through everything. Doors were sealed with chains, their locks branded with wax seals bearing the Aquila. A woman stood in one of the doorways, staring out at us. Her eyes were hollow, and she clutched a child to her chest. But the child was still, too still. It had no breath, no color, no warmth. Yet she rocked it back and forth endlessly, as if convinced it still lived. We made camp in an abandoned manufactorum, its machines rusted and silent, its floors slick with grease that had turned black from age. The air smelled faintly of incense, but underneath the sweetness lingered the stink of rot. We set perimeter guards, though against what none of us knew. I lay down on my bedroll, staring at the high ceiling where shadows pooled like waiting mouths. Sleep did not come easily, and when it did, it was filled with the sound of footsteps, endless footsteps, marching in circles around the manufactorum, though none of us had left our posts. When morning came, if morning could be said to exist beneath the choking skies of Hive Morbus, I found footprints around the edge of our camp. They were wet, heavy, dragging. They circled us perfectly, never breaking the line, and though the prints were deep, stamped by boots or bare feet, there was no sign of anyone nearby. Only silence and the hive's whispering hum. The footprints haunted me long after I saw them. The way they curved around our camp in a perfect circle like some ritual drawn without chalk or blood, but with the simple weight of something that should not be walking. Sergeant Vane knelt beside them, his gloved hand brushing against the wet edges, before pulling back quickly as if burned, his expression tightening, though he gave no order of alarm. He only told us to break camp quickly, his voice low and sharp, but I could hear in his tone the sound of someone who had seen something he would not explain. We packed in silence, the veterans more watchful than usual, their weapons not carried on their shoulders, but cradled as though they expected attack at any moment. Hadrian asked what could make Prince like that, but no one answered him. And the silence itself was an answer far worse than anything words could have carried. When we marched again, the corridors of the hive seemed narrower than before, as though the steel itself leaned inward to listen, the conduits pulsing with faint light, like veins coursing blood to an unseen heart. The people we passed did not speak. They stood in doorways, in alleys, behind broken panes of glass, watching us with faces pale as wax and eyes that never blinked. One man leaned on a crutch, his leg clearly gone, yet as we drew closer I realized the crutch was part of him, fused into the bone of his thigh, rust spreading from the joint like disease. He lifted a hand to his lips as if to shush us, but no sound came from his mouth, and when his lips parted I saw only darkness within, as though his tongue and teeth had been carved away. We passed a shrine next, built into the wall of a hab corridor. Candles burned low, their wax pooling on the ground, but the icons above them were wrong. At first glance they looked like saints, their faces carved into metal with imperial halos above their heads, but each was twisted slightly, their features slack, their eyes empty sockets, their hands holding not swords or relics, but chains and shackles. Someone had carved words beneath them, in jagged low Gothic, "The dead serve longer." By the time we reached the main avenue, the hive's full scale bore down on us. It was a cavernous space, stretching upward so far the ceiling disappeared into choking smog, with bridges and walkways crisscrossing like veins in an open wound. Machines groaned in the distance, huge engines belching smoke, their chimneys vomiting black clouds into a sky already ruined. And along the avenue marched workers, hundreds, maybe thousands, each carrying crates, chains, or tools, their movements mechanical and perfectly timed as though they were one body split into countless shells. Their eyes were open, but not one of them looked at us. Not one of them made a sound. The sight chilled me more than any battlefield ever had. On a battlefield, there is chaos, sound, screaming, life. Here, there was only order, silence, and the endless rhythm of bodies that did not stop, did not tire, did not falter. It was not life at all. It was something else, something worse, something that mocked life by wearing its corpse like a mask. We were led by hive guides, though they spoke only when Vane pressed them, and even then their words were short and clipped, as though each one cost them something. The man at the front wore the robes of a functionary, though they were stained and threadbare, and his skin had a grey pallor, as if he had not seen true sunlight in decades. When Hadrian asked what powered the endless engines we heard groaning in the distance, the guide only looked at him for a long moment before replying, "What powers everything? Flesh." The word lingered long after he had spoken it. We marched past another manufactorum, its doors yawning open, revealing furnaces that glowed with dull red light. Inside, I saw shapes moving, shapes of men and women shoveling heaps of something into the flames. At first, I thought it was coal, black and jagged, but then I saw a pale arm slip free from the heap, limp and broken, before it was swallowed by fire. The workers did not stop. The smell of burning hair drifted down the avenue, like incense offered to a god I did not want to name. Our assigned hab blocks were waiting for us, a cluster of rooms stacked like tombs, each one sealed with iron doors that groaned when opened. Inside, the walls sweated with moisture, the air heavy with mold, but it was shelter, and no one argued when Vane ordered us to settle. I sat against the wall, the stone cold against my back, listening to the distant thrum of the hive. It sounded like breathing. It sounded like a heart that would never stop beating so long as there were corpses to feed it. That night, I could not sleep. None of us could. The silence was too heavy, too watchful, too deliberate. Then, sometime past the middle of the cycle, I heard it. Footsteps again. Not outside this time, but in the corridor beyond our hab. Slow, dragging, deliberate. I gripped my laser gun, eyes fixed on the door, my body shaking though I tried to steady it. The steps stopped outside. They lingered there for a long, long time. Then something touched the door. Not a knock, not a push. A hand dragging down the iron, nails screeching softly against the metal before fading away into silence once more. When dawn, or what passed for dawn, came again, the door bore marks. 5 long scratches, deep and wet, trailing downward as if carved not by steel, but by bone sharpened through hunger. None of us spoke of it. Vane looked at the door, his lips tightening, and ordered us to prepare. Whatever Hive Morbus was, whatever waited in its depths, it was not just a hive. It was something older, something patient, something that wore the faces of the dead like armor, and had been waiting for us long before we arrived. The marks on the hab door had not faded overnight. They glistened faintly in the weak lumen glow, 5 grooves carved deep, still wet as though whatever hand had made them bled as it dragged downward. We tried not to look at them, though every time our eyes strayed back, the cuts seemed deeper, fresher, as though time itself sharpened them while we stood helpless to stop it. Sergeant Vane gave no explanation, only ordering us to march again. His silence weighed heavier than any words could have, for if he could not name what stalked these halls, then none of us would dare attempt it. So we obeyed. Weapons close, packs heavy, boots striking against steel floors that seemed to groan beneath our weight, as though warning us away. The corridors were darker now. The air is thicker. The lumen strips flickered fitfully, casting long shadows that stretched far too far for the walls they should have belonged to. With every breath I drew, I tasted the same thing. Rust and ash, sharp on the tongue, heavy in the throat, clinging to the lungs like a sickness that refused to be swallowed. It coated everything, the walls, the floors, even our uniforms, until the entire world of Hive Morbus seemed sculpted from decay itself. Hadrian gagged first. He pulled his rebreather closer, but even through the filters, the taste pressed inward like smoke rising from a grave. One of the veterans spat, a thick glob landing black against the ground, muttering that the air itself was rotten flesh ground into dust. I wanted to dismiss him, to tell myself it was only chemical smog, nothing more. But when I brushed my tongue against my teeth, I swore I tasted blood. We passed through a corridor of furnaces next. The walls trembled with the roar of flames, yet the heat never reached us, only the stench of what those flames devoured. Through a slotted gate I glimpsed heaps of pale forms carried on conveyor chains, lowered into the hungry mouths of the incinerators. The forms did not move, though some still had hair, some still wore fragments of uniforms, some still bore rosaries clutched in stiff hands that should not have survived death. When the chains dipped low, the bodies vanished into the glow, and for a heartbeat the air filled with the faintest sound of voices crying out, though none had breath to cry. One of the men crossed himself. Another whispered a prayer to the Emperor so fast his words stumbled over one another like frightened feet. But Vane's glare silenced them, his voice cracking like a whip as he barked for silence. He had seen war on 100 worlds, but I saw in him now the same thing I felt. An understanding that Hive Morbus was not a battlefield, but a tomb that had refused to die. The deeper we went, the more the rust grew. It wasn't just metal corroding. It spread across stone, brick, even glass, as though the hive itself bled iron from every surface. When I brushed my hand against a wall, flakes came away, sticky and red, staining my glove like old blood. The ash drifted constantly, thin clouds floating down from unseen vents, settling on our shoulders, our weapons, our helmets. When I wiped it away, it smeared like grease, leaving behind streaks that shone wetly under the lumen glow. We reached a vast chamber next, one of the hive's ventilation hearts. Great fans turned slowly overhead, groaning with every rotation, dragging the foul air through filters so caked with filth they looked more like rotting lungs than machines. Workers tended them, if workers could be called. Their bodies were thin, their limbs wrapped with wires that pierced their skin, their eyes empty sockets filled with dull lumen implants that flickered like dying stars. They scraped rust from the filters with tools that looked more like bones than metal, piling it into bins that overflowed, their movements steady and mechanical, unbroken by exhaustion. Not one of them stopped to breathe. I could not help staring at their faces. The skin stretched taut, lips cracked and dry, yet each mouth moved silently as if repeating words over and over. When I leaned closer, I thought I heard it faintly, a whisper that rose and fell with the grinding of the fans. Serve, serve, serve. I stumbled back, clutching my laser gun tighter, and one of them turned toward me, its empty eyes flickering weakly before it turned back to its task, as if nothing mattered except scraping rust from the hive's lungs. We moved on quickly, though the whispers seemed to follow us, bleeding through the walls, carrying on the ash-filled air until I swore every breath I took repeated the word in my own chest. Hadrian asked if anyone else heard it. No one answered. Answering would have meant admitting it was real, and admitting it was real meant there was no escape from it. The rust deepened as we climbed toward the higher levels. Pipes lined the walls, leaking brown liquid that dripped steadily into channels carved into the floor. At first, I thought it was runoff from the forges, but the smell was wrong. It smelled sharp, metallic, unmistakable. It smelled like blood left to stand too long. The channels led downward, vanishing into grates that hummed softly as though feeding something below. When I looked too long into the grates, I swore I saw eyes staring back, glinting faintly in the dim light before vanishing again into darkness. We came to another gate, this one sealed with chains, wax seals, and the symbol of the Aquila pressed deep into cooling fat that smelled rancid and wrong. The guide muttered that we were not permitted beyond, that those levels were for the processions only. When Vane pressed him, demanding what processions meant, the man fell silent. His lips pressed tightly together as his lumen-lit eyes flickered uncertainly. Finally he whispered, "The dead serve longest." And then he walked on, refusing to answer further. By the time we reached our second billet, my skin felt raw from the air, my lungs heavy, my tongue thick with rust. The chamber we were given was no cleaner than the last. The walls wept with condensation that smelled faintly of oil, and the floors were coated in ash, so thick it left trails when we walked. Some of the men collapsed immediately, pulling their rebreathers tighter, as though sleep could come even in poisoned air. But I stayed awake, my laser gun across my knees, staring at the vents that breathed softly above us. Every exhale they gave sounded less like air and more like sighs, And buried beneath those sighs, faint and trembling, came whispers again. Not one word this time, 1,000. But all meant the same thing. We were not guests in Hive Morbus, we were offering. The whispers did not stop when I closed my eyes. They deepened, multiplying, weaving themselves into the fabric of my thoughts, until I could not tell if I was awake or dreaming. Every intake of air carried them, every exhale spread them, and though they never rose above the faintest murmur, they clung tighter than any scream could have. Sleep, when it came, was broken. I dreamed of ash drifting down in place of snow, covering everything in a suffocating blanket of grey, each flake carrying a faint human shape pressed into it like fossils left behind by lives erased. When I brushed the flakes away, the faces beneath the ash were familiar. My comrades, my family, even my own reflection staring back at me with hollow sockets where eyes should have been. I woke with a start, coughing rust into my rebreather, the taste of blood sharp on my tongue. Around me, the others stirred, their sleep no less restless. One of the veterans, Marek, muttered in his half-sleep, repeating the same words again and again until his voice grew hoarse. Serve longer, serve longer, serve longer. When Vane shook him awake, he looked around wild-eyed, as if expecting the chamber itself to be filled with corpses, before falling silent, shame heavy in his gaze. No one mocked him. Not here, not in Hive Morbus. When we returned to the corridors, the stench of rust and ash struck harder than before. The air felt thicker, the haze denser, as if the hive knew we had resisted its whispers and now sought to break us further. The walls sweated iron, rivulets streaking down like tears, leaving behind trails that gleamed wetly in the half-light. The floors were dusted with ash, so deep it puffed up with every bootstep, filling the air again, settling into our throats until every cough felt like tearing something loose from inside. We passed a procession this time, though the guide had warned us not to look. Figures marched in single file, each bound in chains that jingled faintly with every step. Some were civilians, or had been once, their work clothes hanging loose on starved frames. Others wore Arbites armor rusted through, their visors cracked, their skulls faintly visible through shattered glass. Each carried something different: tools, weapons, crates of ash. And their faces were blank, their eyes cloudy, their mouths closed as tightly as if they had been nailed shut. At the front walked a priest, though his robes were moth-eaten and his crozius bent and tarnished, his lips moving in words too soft to hear. As the line passed, I saw one of them stumble. The chains pulled tight, dragging him forward, but when he rose again, dust clung to his cheek. It was not dust. It was flesh sloughing away, revealing bone beneath that still moved, still served, still marched forward without faltering. Hadrian whimpered. I wanted to silence him, to reach out and grip his shoulder, but my hand froze when I noticed the priest's head turned slightly toward us. The rest of his body did not move, but his head turned, his cloudy eyes fixing on our squad for a heartbeat too long. Then, just as suddenly, his head snapped forward again, and the procession marched on until their chains faded into silence around the corner. Vane muttered orders to keep moving, but I heard his voice crack for the first time. It was slight, barely noticeable, but it was there. And hearing fear in a man who had survived sieges, void crossings, and demon incursions chilled me more than anything else had yet. We reached another manufactorum after hours of walking. Its gates were broken, one door hanging loose, the other bent inward as though something far stronger than steel had pushed through. Inside, machines still groaned, conveyor belts still rattled, but no workers moved among them. Instead, the machines worked themselves, gears grinding against gears, pistons pumping without hands to guide them, ash spilling endlessly into bins that overflowed. The smell was overwhelming here, so thick with rust and soot it clawed into our eyes until tears ran black. And yet beneath the stench, I caught another faint note. Meat. Cooked meat. Something sizzled faintly, though no fire burned and no food was visible. We searched quickly, though Vane barked for us not to wander too far. At the back of the manufactorum, we found the source. A vat sealed with iron clamps hissed softly as steam rose from its sides. The guide muttered prayers when Vane ordered him to open it, but obeyed. When the lid creaked upward, the stench hit us like a fist. Inside the vat was not oil, not water, but a slurry of bones, gristle, and liquefied flesh churned endlessly by rusted blades. The steam carried the scent outward, filling the manufactorum, seeping into our lungs with every breath. We staggered back, some gagging, some cursing. One of the men vomiting into his rebreather before tearing it free to heave black bile onto the floor. Vane slammed the vat shut himself, his eyes dark, his jaw clenched. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. We had been drinking from the manufactorum's pipes that morning. When we left, the ash felt thicker, heavier, clinging to us as though the hive itself had marked us. I swore the whispers grew louder in my head, not faint murmurs anymore, but low chanting, words stitched together by countless mouths that no longer drew breath. Each step seemed to echo with them, each breath seemed to carry them deeper, and when I closed my eyes even for a moment, I could see them. Faces I did not know, faces long dead, mouthing the same command again and again. Serve, serve longer, serve forever. By the time we reached the next hab block, I no longer trusted the air, no longer trusted the water, no longer trusted even the silence. Everything in Hive Morbus was built from the dead. Everything was fed by them, powered by them, whispered through them. And as I lay my head down that cycle, my weapon in my hands, I knew the truth, even if I could not yet say it aloud. We were not here to cleanse Hive Morbus. We were here to join it. The cycle after the manufactorum discovery began without orders, without drills, without even the sharp call of the vox. We woke to silence deeper than usual, a silence so absolute that the ash drifting from the ceiling seemed loud, each flake falling with a weight I could almost hear against my helmet. For a long moment, none of us moved, each man waiting for another to breathe first, as if even the sound of air filling lungs might be enough to summon whatever walked Hive Morbus during its sleepless hours. Vane finally stood, adjusting his gear with deliberate movements that sounded unnaturally sharp in the heavy quiet. When he ordered us to form up, his voice was strained but steady, though I could hear in the way it clipped at the edges that even he had not slept. The marks on the hab door were still there, deeper now, rust spreading from the grooves as though the metal itself had caught infection from the thing that clawed it. We filed past them without a word, though every man's gaze lingered longer than he wanted it to. The corridors greeted us with the same stench as always, rust, ash, rot, but heavier today, as though some furnace had stoked itself deeper in the hive's lungs. We marched in silence, weapons held tighter than usual, boots crunching against flakes that drifted from above like snow made of bone. The guide walked ahead of us, lips moving faintly, as if whispering prayers, though I could not tell if he prayed to the Emperor or something older, darker, and far more willing to answer. Our first sign came in the transit tunnels. The avenue there was wide, supported by pillars shaped like hollowed spines, their arches crusted with rust that gleamed wetly as though freshly bled. We were halfway across when we heard it, the faint groan of gears, the hiss of pistons, the rattle of chains. At first I thought it was more of the hive's machinery, endless and omnipresent, but then I realized the sound was too close, too precise, too deliberate. It came from the side tunnel to our left. Vane signaled for quiet, though no sound had been made. We raised our weapons, barrels trained on the darkness where lumen strips flickered weakly, casting long shadows that seemed to shiver, though nothing moved. Then it stepped into view. A servitor, or what had once been one. Its frame was human enough, limbs bound with metal supports, skull fused with rusted implants that glowed faintly. But where oil should have leaked from its seams, blood ran in thick rivulets, dripping steadily to the floor in a line that followed behind it like a trail of sacrifice. Its eyes were open, and unlike most servitors, they moved. They looked at us. Not blankly, not mechanically, but knowingly. Hadrian whispered a curse, his laser gun trembling in his hands, and the thing turned its head toward him, its neck cracking audibly, as if bone scraped against iron. Its mouth opened slowly, flesh splitting at the corners, and a sound escaped. Not a word, not a moan, but a long drawn-out sigh that carried with it the unmistakable stench of decay. Then, without warning, it walked forward, dragging its bleeding limbs with jerks and twitches that still carried grim purpose, as though every bone and wire conspired to keep it upright. Vane ordered us to hold fire, though I could see in his eyes he was close to breaking his own command. The servitor passed us, its head swiveling unnaturally, following each man in turn, its milky gaze lingering for a heartbeat too long before moving on. When it finally vanished down the opposite tunnel, silence fell again, heavier than before, pressing against our ears like a weight. No one spoke until Vane gave the order to move, and even then his voice sounded hollow, as if stolen by the hive's walls before reaching us fully. The second sign came hours later, though it was less subtle, less deniable. We reached a freight station, its walls lined with rails that disappeared into the darkness, its floors thick with ash piled like dunes. At first it seemed abandoned, but then the ash shifted, slowly, deliberately. Figures rose from it, shaking the grey powder from their shoulders, their faces pale and cracked, their eyes empty, yet still watching. They stood in perfect silence, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds hidden deeper in the drifts, all facing us as though waiting for a command. I froze, my laser gun heavy in my hands, sweat pooling beneath my armor despite the chill in the air. The others did the same, even Vane, though he forced his weapon to stay lowered. The figures did not move forward, they did not attack, they only stared, their heads tilting in unison, as if examining prey not worth striking yet. When the guide muttered something under his breath, one of them twitched. Its jaw dropped open, and ash spilled from its mouth in a slow stream, falling endlessly, no tongue or teeth within, only grey dust that poured like a river until it buried its own chest. I could not breathe. None of us could. The figures eventually turned, one by one, walking back into the ash as if sinking into water, their bodies vanishing until the dunes lay still again, untouched, unbroken, save for the faint imprint of footsteps that should have filled but did not. We marched on after that, quicker, weapons raised though no orders demanded it. Every shadow seemed longer now, every whisper louder, every patch of ash a grave waiting to open. Hadrian asked why they had not attacked, why they had not torn us down as they easily could have, but no one answered him. Perhaps none of us wanted to say the truth, that Hive Morbus was patient and it was not ready for us yet. The final sign of that cycle came when we reached the lifts. Great chains groaned overhead, massive platforms creaking as they rose and fell, ferrying cargo between levels that disappeared into the smog above and below. We waited for one, weapons ready, eyes scanning the fog that pressed against the open shaft like a living thing. When the lift finally arrived, it carried cargo indeed. Dozens of corpses, pale and stiff, stacked neatly, their uniforms still stained with the blood of wars fought long ago. Some wore Arbites badges, some bore the rotted remains of guard insignia. Some looked like civilians, their eyes wide open, mouths stretched in frozen screams. The chain stopped, the lift juddering as though pausing deliberately for us. For a long moment, none of us moved, staring at the mountain of dead piled before us. Then one twitched, just slightly, a hand shifting against the metal, a finger curling inward, an eye rolling faintly in its socket. Then another and another, until the pile of corpses shivered faintly, as though the entire mass breathed in unison. We did not take the lift. Vane barked the order to move, his voice finally breaking, sharp with fear. We took the long climb upward, every step echoing with the weight of what we had left behind. The hive did not want us to leave yet. The dead were not done serving. The climb was endless, every stair a groaning note in the hive's ancient throat, every step carrying us deeper into exhaustion. The air grew colder the higher we went, though the furnaces roared somewhere below, their smoke still curling upward to sting our lungs and burn our throats raw. The smell of rust followed us, sharper now, mingling with something sweeter, fouler, the stench of decay that clung too tightly to be carried by wind alone. We reached a collapsed hab sector at last, its walls half buried in rubble, its ceiling sagging under the weight of centuries. Ash coated everything in a thick blanket, draped across broken furniture, rusted machines, and shattered icons of the Emperor whose face had been ground away by time. It felt like walking into a graveyard where every stone was a home, every home a coffin, every coffin cracked open but never emptied. We spread out cautiously, weapons raised, eyes darting from shadow to shadow, but the silence here was worse than before. It was not the silence of absence. It was the silence of something holding its breath, waiting, and then we saw them. At first, they looked like statues, slumped against walls or seated in chairs, their faces grey with ash, their limbs stiff and unmoving. But when one of the veterans nudged a body with his boot, the ash shifted, sliding away from its face. The eyes opened, milky, unblinking, watching. The jaw cracked downward, a low hiss escaping as if the lungs within had been filled not with air but with smoke. The veteran stumbled back, cursing, and as his voice echoed too loudly in the chamber, more eyes opened. One by one, all around us, the statues awoke. They rose slowly, deliberately, shedding blankets of ash that slid from their shoulders like burial shrouds. Some were whole, their flesh pale and thin, their movements stiff but controlled. Others were broken, bones jutting from wounds long since rotted, ribs clicking audibly as they expanded with the motion of breath they should not still possess. All turned toward us. We raised our weapons instinctively, but Vane's hand shot up, signaling us to hold. His eyes were wide, his breathing harsh, but he knew what I knew, that firing now, here, surrounded on all sides, would mean our end. So we stood frozen as the dead of Hive Morbus gathered around us, not rushing, not lunging, but circling. Their bare feet dragged across the ash, their chains rattling softly, their mouths opening and closing soundlessly, as though whispering words too faint to hear. One stepped forward, closer than the others. Its face was little more than a skull stretched thin with parchment skin, lips torn away, teeth gleaming wet with rust. In its hands it carried a tool, a hammer, rusted but heavy, stained with something dark that had soaked into the handle itself. It stopped only a few paces from us, raising its head slowly until its eyes met mine. They were not empty, they were aware, and in that moment, I knew the truth that none of us wanted to speak. These were not remnants of life clinging to motion. These were men and women who had been given no choice but to keep serving after death, bound into Hive Morbus's endless cycle. The thing lifted the hammer slightly, as if testing my fear, as if waiting for me to break and fire. But Vane barked a single order, his voice steel, hold. The hammer lowered. The creature turned away, stepping back into the circle, and slowly, one by one, the rest followed. They did not leave. They did not fall. They simply sank again into the ash, their bodies stiffening, their eyes closing, until once more they looked like statues awaiting the next unlucky squad to disturb them. We exhaled together, the sound ragged and weak. No one spoke until long after we had left the sector, and even then it was Hadrian who broke the silence. His voice shook, thin and desperate, as he whispered what we all already knew. They weren't resting, they were waiting. And in that moment, I understood the truth of Hive Morbus. The dead did not serve because they were commanded. The dead served because the hive itself demanded it, and it would not stop demanding until it had consumed us as well. The silence after the ash-filled Hab sector did not fade as we climbed. It followed us, pressed against our backs like a hand that refused to let go, dragging our thoughts back to the pale faces buried beneath the dust. No man spoke, not even Hadrian, though I saw his lips moving in the rhythm of a prayer, his hands trembling as though each syllable had to be forced through his skin instead of his mouth. The corridors twisted higher, branching into passageways that seemed to double back on themselves, each one lit by lumen strips that flickered in odd patterns like eyelids trying to blink. Rust streaked the walls, bleeding downward in crooked veins, and the air reeked of stale incense mixed with something sharper, ozone, faintly metallic, the stink of power weapons long since discharged. It was a smell I had known before on battlefields, but here it lingered without fire, without battle, without any reason except to remind us that death had walked these halls countless times before. We reached a junction then, a wide open space where 4 corridors met beneath a towering arch. The arch had once borne the sigil of the Arbites, though the Aquila at its peak had been defaced, its wings broken, its head gouged out with some blunt tool that had left ugly scars across the stone. Below the arch stood shapes at first mistaken for statues, tall, armored, heavy with shields and mauls gripped tightly in both hands. But statues did not breathe, and as we drew nearer, I heard it, the faint hiss of rebreathers that should have been silent centuries ago, the clank of chains against armor plates no longer polished, but still intact enough to glint faintly in the failing lumen glow. The figures stepped forward in unison, shields raised, mauls thudding against the ground in perfect rhythm. There were 6 of them, 6 Arbites enforcers, their black carapace armor split and broken, helmets cracked, vox visors glowing faint red where eyes should have been. Their movements were stiff, deliberate but not mindless. They marched with purpose, their boots striking the floor with the weight of law, with the weight of something that believed itself still holy. One raised its hand, palm outward, in the gesture of command. The vox built into its helmet crackled, static hissing before words rasped through, a voice stretched thin, broken by time, yet still commanding. Curfew, violation, stand for judgment. None of us moved. Every weapon was raised, fingers taut on triggers, breaths held as though the very air might betray us. The Arbites repeated the command, their vox voices overlapping in a distorted chorus until the words became a chant, a litany of law spat from throats that no longer possessed flesh. Curfew, violation, stand for judgment. Curfew, violation, stand for judgment. Vane stepped forward, though I saw the tremor in his hand, saw the sweat glinting against his scarred face. His voice cracked as he barked a reply, claiming imperial authority, claiming sanction, claiming orders that bound us to this cursed place. But the Arbites did not falter. Their shields slammed against the floor in unison, sparks flying from steel, the sound so loud it shook rust from the arch above. Their vox voices screamed together, louder, angrier, though still flat and broken by static. Curfew, violation, stand for judgment. One of the veterans lost his nerve. He fired. The las bolt struck a shield, exploding sparks across its surface, leaving behind a scorched mark. The Arbites staggered slightly, but only slightly. Then they marched forward, shields raised, mauls lifting, the air trembling faintly as power fields sparked weakly to life across their rusted heads. The order to fire came late, shouted hoarsely by Vane, but it came. Our squad unleashed a storm of lasfire, red bolts streaking through the dark, slamming into shields, armor, helmets. The Arbites staggered under the barrage, pieces of carapace cracking, fragments of helmets breaking away, revealing pale bone and dark sockets beneath. But they did not fall. They pressed forward, shields battering aside shots, mauls swinging with crushing arcs that hummed with dying energy. One struck Marek. The blow caught him on the shoulder, armor shattering as though made of paper, bone splintering beneath. He screamed, dropping his weapon before the Arbite's shield slammed into his chest, throwing him to the ground. Another enforcer raised its maul, preparing to strike the killing blow, when Vane hurled a frag charge at its feet. The explosion tore through the archway, shrapnel ringing like bells, the Arbites thrown back into the walls. When the smoke cleared, the enforcers still moved. Two lay broken, crawling with shattered limbs, dragging themselves forward, still chanting for judgment. The others rose, armor cracked, bones exposed, but their shields lifted once more, their mauls raised in judgment that would not die. Only when Vane shouted the order to retreat did we break, running down the corridor, boots hammering against steel, lasfire lighting the darkness as the Arbites followed slowly, endlessly, their chant fading but never silenced. We did not stop running until the corridor bent upward into another hab level, the echoes of shields and mauls still striking behind us, carrying like thunder. When we finally stopped, breaths ragged, weapons nearly empty, Hadrian asked the question none of us wanted to face. His voice trembled, his words spilling like blood from a wound. If the Arbites are still here, still patrolling, who do they think they're serving? None of us answered. But in the silence, I thought I knew. They were not serving the Emperor anymore. They were serving the Hive itself, and the Hive was not finished with us. The silence after the ash-filled hab sector did not fade as we climbed. It followed us, pressed against our backs like a hand that refused to let go, dragging our thoughts back to the pale faces buried beneath the dust. No man spoke, not even Hadrian, though I saw his lips moving in the rhythm of a prayer, his hands trembling as though each syllable had to be forced through his skin instead of his mouth. The corridors twisted higher, branching into passageways that seemed to double back on themselves, each one lit by lumen strips that flickered in odd patterns like eyelids trying to blink. Rust streaked the walls, bleeding downward in crooked veins, and the air reeked of stale incense mixed with something sharper, ozone, faintly metallic, the stink of power weapons long since discharged. It was a smell I had known before on battlefields, but here it lingered without fire, without battle, without any reason except to remind us that death had walked these halls countless times before. We reached a junction then, a wide open space where 4 corridors met beneath a towering arch. The arch had once borne the sigil of the Arbites, though the Aquila at its peak had been defaced, its wings broken, its head gouged out with some blunt tool that had left ugly scars across the stone. Below the arch stood shapes at first mistaken for statues, tall, armored, heavy with shields and mauls gripped tightly in both hands. But statues did not breathe, and as we drew nearer, I heard it, the faint hiss of rebreathers that should have been silent centuries ago, the clank of chains against armor plates no longer polished, but still intact enough to glint faintly in the failing lumen glow. The figures stepped forward in unison, shields raised, mauls thudding against the ground in perfect rhythm. There were 6 of them, 6 Arbites enforcers, their black carapace armor split and broken, helmets cracked, vox visors glowing faint red where eyes should have been. Their movements were stiff, deliberate but not mindless. They marched with purpose, their boots striking the floor with the weight of law, with the weight of something that believed itself still holy. One raised its hand, palm outward, in the gesture of command. The vox built into its helmet crackled, static hissing before words rasped through. A voice stretched thin, broken by time, yet still commanding. Curfew, violation, stand for judgment. None of us moved. Every weapon was raised, fingers taut on triggers, breaths held as though the very air might betray us. The Arbites repeated the command, their vox voices overlapping in a distorted chorus until the words became a chant, a litany of law spat from throats that no longer possessed flesh. Curfew, violation, stand for judgment. Curfew, violation, stand for judgment. Vane stepped forward, though I saw the tremor in his hand, saw the sweat glinting against his scarred face. His voice cracked as he barked a reply, claiming imperial authority, claiming sanction, claiming orders that bound us to this cursed place. But the Arbites did not falter. Their shields slammed against the floor in unison, sparks flying from steel, the sound so loud it shook rust from the arch above. Their vox voices screamed together, louder, angrier, though still flat and broken by static. Curfew, violation, stand for judgment. One of the veterans lost his nerve. He fired. The las bolt struck a shield, exploding sparks across its surface, leaving behind a scorched mark. The Arbites staggered slightly, but only slightly. Then they marched forward, shields raised, mauls lifting, the air trembling faintly as power fields sparked weakly to life across their rusted heads. The order to fire came late, shouted hoarsely by Vane, but it came. Our squad unleashed a storm of las fire, red bolts streaking through the dark, slamming into shields, armor, helmets. The Arbites staggered under the barrage, pieces of carapace cracking, fragments of helmets breaking away, revealing pale bone and dark sockets beneath. But they did not fall. They pressed forward, shields battering aside shots, mauls swinging with crushing arcs that hummed with dying energy. One struck Marek. The blow caught him on the shoulder, armor shattering as though made of paper, bone splintering beneath. He screamed, dropping his weapon before the Arbite's shield slammed into his chest, throwing him to the ground. Another enforcer raised its maul, preparing to strike the killing blow, when Vane hurled a frag charge at its feet. The explosion tore through the archway, shrapnel ringing like bells, the Arbites thrown back into the walls. When the smoke cleared, the enforcers still moved. Two lay broken, crawling with shattered limbs, dragging themselves forward, still chanting for judgment. The others rose, armor cracked, bones exposed, but their shields lifted once more, their mauls raised in judgment that would not die. Only when Vane shouted the order to retreat did we break, running down the corridor, boots hammering against steel, las fire lighting the darkness as the Arbites followed slowly, endlessly, their chant fading but never silenced. We did not stop running until the corridor bent upward into another hab level, the echoes of shields and mauls still striking behind us, carrying like thunder. When we finally stopped, breaths ragged, weapons nearly empty, Hadrian asked the question none of us wanted to face. His voice trembled, his words spilling like blood from a wound. If the Arbites are still here, still patrolling, who do they think they're serving? None of us answered. But in the silence, I thought I knew. They were not serving the Emperor anymore. They were serving the Hive itself, and the Hive was not finished with us. Orders came through the Vox at dawn cycle, the transmission broken by static that carried not only distortion, but whispers that did not belong to any living officer. Sergeant Vane listened in silence, his scarred face expressionless, though I saw the twitch in his jaw, the flicker in his eyes, as the message concluded. When he finally spoke, his words were clipped and sharp. We were to descend into the lower levels, the forgotten sectors, where habitation had ceased generations ago. None of us wanted to go, though no one dared speak the refusal aloud. To defy orders was death, but to follow them into the belly of Hive Morbus felt worse, something slower, heavier, a suffocation that would never end. We shouldered our packs, tightened our grips on our weapons, and began the descent. The first thing I noticed was the change in the air. The higher levels had reeked of rust, ash, and decay, but the forgotten levels smelled different, damp, stagnant, thick with mold, and something far sweeter, like fruit left too long to rot. Its skin split, its flesh crawling with flies. The walls here dripped constantly, streaks of black moisture tracing down stone, etched with symbols long since scrubbed out above, but preserved in the dark below. They were not Imperial, they were not Mechanicus, they were older, and as I traced them with my eyes, I swore they shifted, curving like veins across the steel, pulsing faintly as if alive. The lumen strips flickered weakly, many shattered, leaving us to rely on our helmet lamps that cut narrow tunnels of light through the thick gloom. In that thin light I saw shapes scurrying across ceilings, small and quick, their forms too twisted to be vermin, yet too fast to be human. One of the veterans, Garrick, raised his rifle, but Vane barked for silence, his voice low, warning that noise carried differently here. He was right. Every step echoed too long. Every breath came back to us hollow, as though something below repeated our sounds imperfectly, imitating us in the dark. We came across the first body after an hour's march. At least we thought it was a body. It slumped against a rusted bulkhead, dressed in tattered workers' clothes, its skin grey and peeling. But when we drew near, its eyes snapped open. They glowed faintly, not with lumen implants, but with a dull, sickly yellow light that flickered in rhythm with the lumen strips overhead. Its jaw unhinged, opening far too wide, and a long exhale burst from its lungs, though no air stirred. The sound carried, repeating down the corridor, echoing back to us in faint whispers that were not our own. We did not fire, we did not move. The thing slumped again, as if its purpose had been fulfilled by breathing our fear into the hive's lungs. We left it there, but I knew it had not returned to sleep. It was only waiting, like all things in Hive Morbus. The deeper we went, the more bodies we found. Some leaned against walls, some lay crumpled on the floor, others hung from the ceilings by wires pierced through their limbs, their torsos stripped open, their innards replaced by rusted pumps that groaned faintly with each drip of moisture. Every single one of them moved in some way, eyes twitching, fingers curling, jaws opening to sigh the same endless breath. They were not alive, they were not dead. They were simply forgotten. The guide muttered something then, words too soft to catch, but Vane struck him across the mouth to silence him. Blood mixed with rust spilled from his lips, and for a heartbeat I swore his teeth glowed faintly like lumen strips in the dark. He said nothing more after that. We reached a cavernous chamber next, one that stretched so high our helmet lamps could not pierce the ceiling. The walls were lined with cells, thousands of them, stacked floor upon floor like a hive within the hive, each one sealed with iron bars eaten through by corrosion. As we walked, I realized they were not empty. Figures stood inside, packed tightly, their faces pressed against the bars, their eyes wide and staring. Some were skeletal, their flesh stripped away, but their eyes still rolling in their sockets. Others looked freshly dead, lips cracked, skin pale but intact, their breath fogging faintly as though still alive. And all of them whispered. The whispers rose and fell, 1,000 voices merging into one endless murmur that filled the chamber like a tide. The words were broken, fragmented, but I caught them, one after another, tumbling from mouths that should not have spoken. Serve, obey, forgotten, never free, never end. We moved quickly through, but the voices followed, rising louder, the bars rattling as hands gripped them, fingers snapping as they strained against steel. Some broke, bones shattering, yet the hands did not fall away. They held, broken fingers clinging, driven by something stronger than flesh. Hadrian broke then. He screamed, raised his laser gun, and fired into a cell. The bolt seared through one of the prisoners, splitting its skull open in a flash of red. It collapsed instantly, silent, but then the rest screamed. 1,000 mouths opened at once, shrieking so loud the chamber shook, the bars bending inward, the air vibrating with rage and hunger. We ran, every man firing blindly into the shadows, bolts lighting the cells like lightning strikes, revealing faces pressed closer, jaws unhinged, eyes burning. The screams did not fade until we slammed through another gate, sealing it behind us, the sound still pressing faintly against the iron, as though the hive itself carried it forward. We collapsed in the corridor beyond, breaths ragged, hands trembling. Vane cursed Hadrian, striking him to the ground, but none of us disagreed. We all wanted to fire. We all wanted to silence those voices. But we all knew silence would never come in Hive Morbus. When we marched again, the guide refused to move. He stayed slumped against the wall, whispering prayers in a language none of us understood, his eyes glowing faintly in the dark. When Vane struck him again, his head cracked against the bulkhead and split open like rotten fruit, spilling not blood, but ash. The ash poured endlessly, pouring until his body collapsed inward, empty, his robes crumpling around nothing at all. There was no flesh, no bones, only ash. Vane did not comment. He simply ordered us to keep moving, and we obeyed, though every step deeper into the forgotten levels felt like a nail hammered into our coffins. At last, we reached a final stairwell, its steps crumbling, its rails bent into shapes like twisted fingers. The vox crackled faintly then, static hissing, words bleeding through in voices that did not belong to the living. Descent acknowledged, service is eternal, join the forgotten, join the hive, join forever. The stairwell descended into blackness, a pit that swallowed our lamps, our breath, our courage, and as we stood there staring down into that abyss, I realized the truth. The forgotten levels were not abandoned. They were waiting, and now so were we. The stairwell seemed to descend forever, each step crumbling beneath our boots, each echo lingering too long as though reluctant to die. The air grew thicker with every level, damp at first, then warm, then hot, then choking until it felt less like air and more like the hive's own breath pushing against our lungs. By the time we reached the bottom, our rebreathers hissed loudly, filters clogged with rust and ash, sweat pooling inside armor that had never felt heavier. The chamber we entered was not a corridor, but a cavern, vast, impossible, stretching into the dark so far our helmet lamps could not find the end. At first it seemed empty, only the faint hum of machinery filling the silence, a sound so low it vibrated in my bones more than my ears. But as our eyes adjusted, shapes emerged, colossal silhouettes looming in the shadows, their forms grotesque imitations of engines, pulsing faintly with a rhythm too steady, too alive. Vane ordered us forward, though his voice cracked, the sound swallowed almost instantly by the cavern's hum. We advanced in formation, beams of light cutting into the dark, revealing glimpses of the machines one by one. The sight froze us where we stood. They were engines, yes, but built not from steel alone. Massive pistons rose and fell, gears turned, wheels spun, but every mechanism was bound with flesh. Bodies hung chained across the frames, thousands of them, their spines fused into the machinery, their veins threaded into pipes that pumped rhythmically with every grinding motion. Their mouths were open, jaws locked wide, exhaling steam that smelled faintly of blood, while their rib cages expanded and contracted as bellows, pushing air through rusted ducts overhead. They were not corpses, not fully. Their eyes still rolled, their fingers still twitched, their throats still vibrated with the low moan that merged with the hum of the engines until the two were indistinguishable. Hadrian fell to his knees, vomiting into his rebreather, clawing at the straps as though tearing it free might let him escape the smell. The veterans stood frozen, their faces pale even beneath the glow of their lenses, their grips on their weapons shaking as though laser guns might matter against something like this. Vane did not speak. His silence was worse than words. His silence meant there was no order for this, no command, no explanation in any manual of war. We walked among the corpse engines slowly, too slowly, our boots clanging against catwalks built above the churning mass of flesh and steel. Some of the chained bodies followed us with their eyes, rolling upward to track our movements, lips trembling as though begging for release. Others sang. Their voices were faint, weak, broken, but together they formed a hymn carried on the hiss of steam and the groan of pistons. It was not a song I recognized. It was older, stranger, a language that scratched against my skull and made my teeth ache with every syllable. One of the veterans, Garrick, broke them. He raised his laser gun and fired into the mass, a bolt striking one of the chained bodies in the chest. The flesh burned, bones cracked, the body sagged forward, but the engine screamed. The hum rose into a shriek of grinding gears, the pistons slamming faster, sparks showering from rusted wheels as the entire machine convulsed. The moan of 1,000 throats rose into a single wail that rattled the chamber, forcing us to our knees, hands clamped over our ears, though it did nothing to silence the sound. When it finally faded, the burned corpse had been replaced, not repaired, replaced. Another body, pale and twitching, now hung in the same place, its veins already stitched into pipes, its mouth already exhaling steam. We staggered back in horror, Garrick cursing and spitting, but Vane struck him across the face with his rifle butt, silencing him before the engines screamed again. No one fired after that. No one dared. We moved deeper, passing row after row of corpse engines, each one larger, louder, hungrier than the last. Some pumped water through rusted aqueducts, the liquid red as blood, steaming as it coursed upward into unseen levels. Others churned gears that turned conveyor belts carrying heaps of ash and bone into furnaces that roared with endless hunger. Everywhere the dead served, and everywhere the hive breathed louder, stronger, as though mocking us for ever believing it needed us at all. At the heart of the cavern stood the largest engine of all. It towered into the dark, so tall we could not see its peak, its base wide enough to swallow an entire hab block. Dozens of bodies hung across its surface, not singly, but stitched together, flesh fused into flesh, faces overlapping, mouths opening and closing in unison like a choir of suffering. Their song was louder here, their voices strong despite their broken throats, a chant that echoed off the steel until I felt it in my marrow. Serve, serve, serve. We froze before it, weapons useless in our hands, fear pressing so heavily against us it was hard to breathe. The guide, what remained of him, or what had replaced him, spoke then, his voice no longer human, no longer soft, but filled with static that scraped against our ears. Behold the heart of Hive Morbus. The engines live, the engines breathe, the engines will never stop. Then he smiled. His mouth cracked wide, ash spilling from the corners of his lips, and his eyes glowed faint yellow like the bodies fused to the machine. Before Vane could strike him down, his body crumbled entirely, collapsing into dust that drifted upward, sucked into the pipes of the engine as though even his remains had service left to give. We did not move for a long time. We only stood there, staring at the nightmare that kept Hive Morbus alive, the realization settling in like a blade pressed against our throats. There was no shutting this down, no destroying it, no ending. As long as they were dead, Hive Morbus would breathe, and in this place the dead were endless. We might have stood there forever if not for the sound that came next, a clatter of chains, the squeal of rusted wheels, and the faint cries of voices that were not whispers but screams, raw and alive. We turned as a new procession entered the cavern, torches guttering in their hands, their shadows bending unnaturally across the walls as they dragged carts filled not with corpses, but with civilians bound in chains. They were gaunt, their faces pale, their eyes wild with terror, but they were alive, their breaths ragged, their pleas sharp against the low hum of the engines. Some struggled, wrists bleeding against their bonds. Others wept openly, their words tumbling in desperate prayers, but none were heard. The figures dragging them, if they could still be called figures, wore the remnants of mechanicus robes, their bodies fused with steel, their faces hidden beneath rusted masks that hissed softly with every movement. Their limbs clanked as they pulled the carts, sparks flickering where bone had been replaced by metal, their voices buzzing with distortion as they chanted in unison, input, output, service, eternal. The carts were wheeled to the base of the largest engine, and the hymn of the chained bodies rose louder, drowning out the cries of the living. Hooks descended on chains, slick with rust, dripping with something thicker than oil. One by one, the civilians were seized, lifted into the air as they kicked and screamed, their voices swallowed by the moaning choir. I watched in horror as they were pressed against the engine's frame, wires snaking out like veins seeking new flesh, piercing their skin, burrowing into their chests, stitching them into place. The screams did not last long. Their voices cracked, broke, then merged with the chant, their eyes rolling back as their jaws opened wide, joining the song of the dead. I could see their lips still moving words of prayer, but the engine consumed those prayers, twisting them into its own hymn, every syllable reforged into service. Their flesh blackened, their limbs stiffened, until they were no longer civilians, no longer victims, but components, parts of the endless machine that kept Hive Morbus alive. Hadrian broke again. He screamed for us to stop it, to fire, to burn the engine down, his voice cracking as he raised his laser gun. But Vane slammed his weapon down with such force the boy staggered, his words dying in his throat. The sergeant's face was pale, his eyes hollow, but his voice was steady, cold as iron when he spoke. You cannot kill a hive. We stood in silence, watching as the last of the captives were absorbed, their humanity erased, their service beginning anew in death. When the final scream faded, the chant of the corpse engine deepened, stronger than before, as though fed with fresh breath, fresh blood, fresh fear. The pipes overhead pulsed harder, steam bursting from vents in thick, wet clouds that smelled of meat. The floor beneath us trembled, as though the hive itself had taken a long, satisfied breath. I wanted to run. Every man did, but there was nowhere to run to. The hive stretched above us, below us, around us, a labyrinth of steel and flesh that had no end, no escape. We could only march on, deeper still, knowing now what powered every lumen, every furnace, every breath of air that scraped through our lungs. As we left the cavern, I dared one last glance over my shoulder. The largest engine loomed above the others, its choir of chained corpses swaying gently as if in rhythm with a heartbeat. Their voices followed us out, the hymn soft now, almost soothing, almost welcoming. Serve, serve, serve. It was not just the song of the dead, it was the promise of our future. We left the corpse engines behind us with our rebreathers whining and our nerves flayed, but orders clung like shackles, and duty dragged our boots toward whatever waited next in the hive's wet lungs. Vane said we needed filters, coolants, and spare charge packs if we meant to endure another cycle. The only place likely to have them this deep was a servitor maintenance bay, and even saying those words felt like swallowing wire. We marched through tunnels that sweated condensation which smelled faintly sweet, as if the hive exhaled through rotting teeth, and our lamps cut corridors into ribbons while shadows stitched themselves back together behind us. The bay announced itself before we saw it, not with hymns or hammers, but with a steady metronome of pulses like slow heartbeats amplified through steel, each thud rattling dust from the ribs of the walls. Doors taller than church doors stood half open, their cog-tooth rims locked askew by corrosion, and sigils of the Omnissiah glared from plates so pitted they looked diseased by reverence. We slipped through sideways, weapons angled low out of habit, though instinct screamed to raise them, and the air inside hit like a tide of copper and antiseptic, married to something meat-sour and unconfessed. Rows of coffins hugged the walls, not for sleep but storage, ribbed sarcophagi with glass lids fogged by breath that had no right to continue, cables threaded in bunches like veins across rafters and chain pipes. Within each coffin lay a servitor, or the suggestion of one, bodies shaved and pale, skulls crowded with studs and sockets, mouths sewn shut to keep dignity from slipping out as muffled sound. Their chests rose and fell in shallow mathematics, exactly paced, exactly measured, and their eyelids quivered like insects testing wings, every flutter synchronized to that cavernous heartbeat we could not locate. Marek cursed beneath his breath, the word breaking against his teeth like a prayer swallowed too late, while Hadrian took half a step closer to glass and then froze as fog on the inside spelled letters with each exhale. At first I thought condensation made tricks of my eyes, but the pattern repeated with dreadful patience, and the letters joined to words that should not have existed beneath stitched lips or muted lungs. Serve longer, the fog wrote, and then it smeared itself away from the inside, as if some unseen hand refused to allow a second sentence to be born. The maintenance floor stretched into dark, dotted with benches pressed with clamps, trays of tools arranged with loving geometry, and vats breathing steam that smelled almost medicinal until the memory of kitchens made it unforgivable. Vane signaled Garrick and me toward a rack of filters stamped with Mechanicus cereals, and for a moment mundane work tried to mask dread like bandages over bone, pretending structure keeps rot from reaching air. My gloves came away damp when I lifted the first canister, and I told myself it was coolant until the color bled through gray into rust red, and the thickness said the word my mouth would not. Hadrian hissed for us to look, his lamp fixed on a cable hanging from the rafters, the sheath nicked by age where it dragged across a bracket polished by years of miserable friction. A bead formed at the cut, heavy and dark, not oil-thin or coolant-clouded, but warm-looking even in the cold glow, the droplets swelling with a heartbeat we could feel in boot soles. It fell when it was ready, struck the bench beside my hand, and spread slow as confession, smelling like hospitals and chapel floors and unlucky corridors where medici carts never turned fast enough. We stared at one another across that little lake of truth, and none of us laughed, because whatever courage jokes offer cannot survive when wires bleed and pipelines know the rhythm of fear. Vane's voice was iron, pretending it had never rusted. He told us, take what we came for, take more if we could carry, and do not touch what touched back when handled without permission. So we moved with the politeness one gives tombs, listening for machine spirit complaints, and human ones too, no longer trusting our categories to keep the world neat enough for sleeping afterward. The first servitor we saw moving did not rise in violence, and maybe that made it worse, because gentleness from the wrong thing scrapes the mind like a file down to bright nerves. It sat upright in its coffin, as if waking reluctantly, arms stiff, wrists heavy with manacles that ended as cables, and its eyes opened not blank, but wet, as if pain had been installed carefully. Its mouth worked against stitches that had long since scarred, a tremor fluttering beneath thread like a trapped moth, and a sound leaked out around the edges that made my back teeth ache to escape. Hadrian said a word I will not write, not because it was ugly, but because it was soft, and kindness in this place sounds like blasphemy no litany can safely absolve. He reached as if to steady the thing, palm forward, boy's bones wrapped in trooper leather that had not learned enough to flinch before fingers actually touched, and the servitor recoiled like every nerve still registered the world. The recoil tore 2 stitches in the cheek, and a seam parted with quiet resignation, and blood that should not be here bled with the obedience of any liquid given a slope and a gravity to honor. Its HUD plate, a crude slate bolted into temple bone, flashed characters that flickered in my lamp beam, machine script excited by some fault we had made with our presence and our human softness. Pain, input, overload, the plate said, then error, silence, subroutine fail, and then a prayer gloss in binary that even I could feel as rhythm, a begging match to the Great Bay heartbeat. The servitor placed one hand to its face like any wounded thing would, and the clamps on that wrist groaned against the bench as if disliking empathy with ferrous distaste only alloys truly master. We backed away because the world had become too tight, and space makes no promises when reality frays at the edges where definitions used to hold, like stitching in a uniform ripped during retreat. From the far end of the bay came other steps, not Arbites' iron or civilian shuffle, but the measured click of sacred habit, a tempo that said ritual first, mercy never, efficiency forever. Mechanicus adepts entered in a procession of 3, robes that might once have been crimson, now the color of dried scabs, augmetics whining with each pivot, as if oil had become a rumor months ago. Their faces wore masks pressed with cog teeth and little aquilae, but where others might place lenses, they had glassy windows showing the ghost of an eye, as though reassurance required the memory of blood. They noticed us, of course, but they did not pause for us, because machine logic does not flinch unless a variable requires renaming, and we were not variables then, we were incidental noise. One approached the servitor Hadrian had touched, and with a grace that made my stomach knot, they pressed a wand against the HUD plate until error collapsed into litany, the display scrolling prayers like leeches drinking fear. Input exceeds productive threshold, dampen stimulus, preserve output, the adept intoned through a vox grill that turned syllables into chisel strokes, and their second hand applied a clamp beside the mouth with priestly certainty. A hiss followed, spraying something clear that smelled of pennies and candle wax, and the split seam closed like obedience remembered, though wetness still seeped along the line, as if memory cannot be sutured. The adept raised their head toward us without moving anything human, and I felt weighed like scrap on a scale, found wanting not in virtue but in fit, unmachined and not worth threading. You will not interfere with sanctified labor, the Vox said, and I wondered whether the word sanctified always meant somebody else pays so you can call it beautiful. Then the thought embarrassed me for existing. Vane replied with rank and authorization, like charms held between finger and thumb, naming regiments, campaigns, and commanders, until the chamber had more titles than air we were willing to draw. The adepts listened like statues watch processions, and when the list concluded, they gestured toward a stack of filters and packs as if taxes had been leveled, and allowances granted by calculated indifference. We gathered what we could, moving around their ritual like penitent thieves, and that is when the second truth arrived, not as a sermon, but as a correction that bled enough to warn. A servitor arm lay across a bench, severed above the elbow by immaculate cuts, its cabling still plugged into a diagnostic box that hummed with a mother's patience none of us had earned. Marek reached to unplug it because power bleeds supply, and our kits needed every sip of life they could secure, and his fingers slipped beneath the bundled lines like a man stealing fruit. The lines tightened as if flinching, and the diagnostic screen spiked, and blood, not oil, not anything friendly to a forge, pushed along the transparent sheath with a stubborn will that made swearing pointless. The adept nearest us turned their head a few degrees and spoke the way one corrects children approaching a cliff, not angry, only bored at needing to repeat truths gravity always ensures. Fluid is necessary for thermal parity. Human tissue maintains optimal damping, the Vox said, and then added something that made Hadrian take a half step backward, as though words struck harder than mauls. Pain preserves duty when logic falters. It is the bridle that keeps the horse from seeking grass while the war continues. The adept concluded, and their hands did not shake because equilibrium had already been found. Garrick swore he would end at least one of them, and I believed him for a breath, until I remembered that altars make martyrs and factories make replacements, and both devour anger like incense. Vane's palm landed on Garrick's breastplate with a quiet that sounded like compassion, until you remembered iron still exists, no matter how softly it is set upon you. Something else moved in the far lane, a shape larger than the coffins and heavier than priests, and the bay's heartbeat tripped a fraction, as if the metronome needed to catch another breath before resuming. A guardian unit patrolled the central aisle, broad as a sarcophagus tipped onto legs, shock staves folded across its chest like vestments, and a vox bar scrolling compliance code that read like scripture for cattle. Its face was a grill left open for efficiency, and behind the bars a pair of eyes watched from meat that might not have been granted anesthesia compassionate enough to forget things afterward. It halted when it reached our row, scanned our packs, and flashed a glyph that any soldier knows means search, seize, and hurt if compliance stumbles. And suddenly, we were a checkpoint without borders. Vane offered the tokens the adepts had granted, but the unit demanded hands on heads with a little crackle of electricity to punctuate expectation, and I found it hard to stand politely beneath buzzing. We obeyed because sometimes valor is simply surviving the rules until they pass. The staves brushed our armor like chastisement delivered by impatient angels accustomed to easier sinners. Then the unit paused at Hadrian. His bundle held one filter too many, or maybe his breath shook wrong, or the hive decided this was where the lesson needed another nail for emphasis. The stave rose, power pricking the air, and I heard the servitor behind me begin to murmur, not litany now, but a sound like a lullaby somebody forgot before they finished teaching the last lines. The strike never landed because Garrick moved first, a shove that turned perhaps into salvation, perhaps into mistake, knocking the stave aside so it kissed the diagnostic box and taught it about lightning. Sparks draped everything with brief daylight, and the guardian unit stumbled a half step, and the severed arm on the bench clenched its fist until tendons complained, and the cable sheath pulsed like an artery. The adepts roared litanies that sounded remarkably like curses when stripped of theology, and the guardian swiveled back toward us with an eagerness that felt personal considering its design promised indifference. Vane gave the order no one wants to give inside a sanctum, and we fired as one, bolts splitting the air into red threads, stitching the guardian's chest with holes that smoked like sacrilege attempting to become proof. The unit sagged to one knee and then to both, hands trying to remember prayer before purchase failed, and something inside it coughed a long, wet cough that had no business living inside armor. It fell on its side with a ring that would echo in me for years, and from vents along its ribbed casing bled not coolant but blood, thick and dark, pooling at a pace that argued with mathematics. Somewhere above us the bay heartbeat missed time again, then corrected as if ashamed, and the adepts shouted for more guardians, even as their fingers soothed diagnostic spirits with shaking competence. We expected attack, we received scrutiny, and sometimes that is worse, because you can kill a charge, but you cannot kill a stare that solves for you. The nearest adept raised a hand to stay the others, and for a breath only the dripping counted, and the servitor whose cheek Hadrian had torn reached outward very slowly, with a motion older than programming. It touched the floor between us, finger tapping 3 times, then 3 again, then 3 again, a rhythm I recognized because fear taught me counting when catechisms could not. Vane crouched without thinking, dangerous because thinking keeps men alive, and the servitor tapped again, this time drawing in the blood a shape too simple to be anything but intentional and older than law. A circle, then a line through it, then another line branching like a path, and beside it, a tiny rune copied from plates we had glimpsed in the hive's forgotten levels, the ones that breathed like veins. Hadrian whispered that he had seen that mark etched beside a closed gate where chains had sagged as if tired, and the memory clicked into a door inside Vane's face as purpose forced the latch. We were already thieves. Now we were conspirators with beings whose pain had been weaponized, and somewhere inside me a voice apologized to a father I barely remembered for not seeking cleaner wars. The adepts noticed the drawing. One stepped forward to smear the mark with a boot, as if blasphemy can be erased by pressure when chisel and flame would be required to unwrite that shape from steel. Vane stood first, blocking the motion with his own boot, a small collision that said larger things, and very gently he thanked the adepts for their generosity, which is to say, he promised to leave now. We left breathing smoke instead of air, packs heavier than spine and conscience approved, and the coffin rose watched us with a patience that looked like forgiveness until you remembered nothing here forgives. It calculates and continues. In the corridor beyond the bay, the hive sounded closer to living than ever. Every pipe a throat, every grate a whispering mouth, and my hands shook just enough to turn the laser gun into a metronome. Hadrian walked beside me without speaking, and after a dozen paces, a red smear appeared on Vane's boot where the servitor's fingertip had rested, and it looked very much like a blessing wearing grief. We moved uphill toward air that pretended at cleanliness, and the mark from the blood drawing lived behind my eyes, a brand no water removes because it is not on skin but stamped onto directions. Garrick muttered that the Guardian bled like a man, and Marek said men bled like machines here, and the hive did not argue because agreement requires care, and this place taught agreement with teeth. The vox clicked once with static that imitated laughter badly, then resolved into a voice that could have been the adepts or the engines or the ash itself, and all three probabilities felt equally safe. Service anomalous but permitted. Output maintained, the voice said, and behind the calm I heard ache the way walls remember heaviness after statues move, and I wondered if the hive hated us or wanted us. We reached a junction where the lumen strips traced the sign the servitor had drawn, not exact, but near enough to count as a map, and Vane pointed us toward the branch that felt like risk pretending to be an opportunity. As we turned, a drip landed on my sleeve, warm through cloth that I forgot how to protect, and I looked up to see a cable bleeding politely onto us, as if generous enough to share. I realized then we were part of the system whether we consented or not, because everything here circulates, and the only question left is whether you move or are moved against a surface until compliance shines. Hadrian asked if we were saving them by writing their mark into our march, and I said a truth that tasted like metal filings in an old mouth too stubborn to spit or swallow. We are only choosing what wounds us, I told him, and the corridor did not disagree, and the servitor bay's heartbeat followed like a second pulse I did not own, but could not refuse. At the next landing, we paused for water that had forgotten its name, and for a moment of inventory that sounded like confession, and Vane unrolled a cloth to check the filters we had won. He did not meet our eyes as he passed them out, perhaps because rank is heaviest when men begin to understand, and perhaps because he had noticed what waited in the curve of his own boot print. A single fingerprint in drying red lay at the heel, small as courage in a bad week, unmistakably human despite the cable smell that clung to it like a superstition. No one mentioned it, yet everyone did, by carrying silence as carefully as relics. And when we moved again, we walked with more attention than before, as if someone watched whose approval mattered terribly. The hive narrowed, then opened, then narrowed again, like lungs learning an old rhythm, and somewhere far below the engines sang their one-word gospel soft enough to fool people into thinking it comfort. Serve, they sang, and somewhere between syllables I heard something else, not contradiction, but kin to it, an overtone built by bleeding wires and stitched mouths that wanted the math to finish finally. Help, it almost said. Or perhaps that was only me aligning noise to need. And either way, it was enough to keep our feet from failing before part 8 of whatever fate called itself tonight. We did not agree to be shepherds, and we could not be surgeons, and we had no tools to be saints, but we had the mark and the memory and a ration of filters. In wars worth less than this, men have built religions from poorer material, and though I would not build one here, I recognize the shiver that starts foundations before architects learn the word. Behind us, the servitor bay's doors side closed like lips sealing a secret they intend to keep until the world finally stops asking questions, and the corridor smelled again of rust and fear. Ahead, the path forked into darkness left and darkness right, but the left-hand wall bore a half-scrubbed rune whose ghost matched our blood map closely enough to be dangerous, which is to say useful. Vane nodded once, simple as gravity, and we followed the ghost of a drawing traced by a fingertip that had bled through thread to touch a soldier who still pretended iron means never bending. We marched, and the hive marched us, and somewhere the adepts soothed their instruments while their guardians learned new errors, and the engines tuned their choir using fresh voices drawn from terrified air. I tried not to imagine the servitor with the stitched cheek listening for our boots, counting the beats between our steps like a code it memorized to feel less alone at shift change. But imagination is a coward with tireless legs, and it ran circles until it caught me, and I carried that picture because sometimes carrying is all a man can do without breaking something irreplaceable. When the junction at last delivered a stare that climbed instead of fell, the breath I took burned my throat pleasantly because it tasted slightly less like ghosts and slightly more like ordinary poison. We ascended, and each landing looked like the one before with minor edits, as if the hive revised drafts of our route until it liked the rhythm of our footprints against taped steel. At the final bend before the level marker, the lumen failed entirely, and for a few breaths, our lamps were the only light, and our shadows overlapped like comrades who had not learned to die separate. I looked at Vane because faith is a habit before it is a virtue, and he raised his hand not for silence, but for that other discipline soldiers rarely name aloud outside dark rooms. We held, listening, and the silence answered like a choir swallowing the last note deep enough to make an ending feel honest. And then, very faintly, another heartbeat joined the bay's pulse from behind us. It was not engines, it was not footsteps, it was the patient cadence of someone counting 3 by 3 by 3 again, and I understood that help sometimes bleeds before it speaks. We did not turn back, because men who turn back here do not return forward again later, and our orders were still orders, even after wisdom learned to walk in our boots. We climbed into a corridor where the air moved as if it remembered sky, and my rebreather did not hiss so loudly, and the filters Vane handed out felt like small victories nailed into masks. Only when we had marched a full 3 sets of 3s did he speak, his voice ragged with the courage that never sounds tidy, making a promise to no one that sounded exactly like a plan. "No more unnecessary shots," he said, and the words did not apologize for earlier bullets because this place does not believe in retroactive forgiveness. It only offers future accounting. If they bleed, they feel. If they feel, they can choose. If they can choose, we can ask. And if we can ask, we might yet disobey correctly, he finished, and the hive listened. Somewhere below, the engines sang their favorite word obediently, and somewhere beneath that hymn, a second word waited like a hand beneath a blanket, ready to squeeze when courage reached for it. We walked toward the rune the blood had shown us, and I understood why the living still served in a city where the dead still served, and the difference mattered less each corridor we survived. Because here, mercy had been made into a maintenance cycle, and pain had been written as a protocol, and suffering had learned the elegance of schedules, and love had nowhere safe to stand. And yet the servitor had tapped our language in 3s and left a fingerprint in kindness and offered a map with blood, and I decided that counted as a rebellion worth translating into steps. So we kept going, Our packs heavier with filters and a promise, our boots leaving prints that refuse to sit straight, our shadows long enough to look like company even when solitude insisted. When the level marker finally appeared as a plaque eaten by humidity into a scab of numbers, my lamp reflected just enough to show letters etched beneath by a hand that did not love engraving. MORB-S6, it read, and below that someone had scratched the word compliance until the letters broke, and then carefully scratched a second word next to the ruins of the first one. Compassion, it said, and the scratch marks looked like they hurt the metal to make, and I reached out without touching and remembered the smear on Vane's boot and kept my hand to myself. The corridor ahead tipped slightly upward like a slope chosen by a builder who wanted people to notice effort, and beyond it I thought I heard voices not in litany but in conversation. We tightened ranks every way a body can tighten without breaking bones, and I tasted copper that had no source I could locate, and I realized the hive had taught me a new flavor of fear. Behind us, far below, a bay heart beat on, keeping time for coffins that sang through thread and wire, and the memory of blood on cable and cable in blood refused to loosen its teeth. Ahead of us, Part 8 waited like a verdict that already knew our names, and whatever choices servitors still had left would meet ours in a place where schedules failed long enough to change math. And as we crossed the threshold into the next sector, I knew the title of our sin and our hope were now the same, because it was written in red where machines pretend they do not write. The slope delivered us into a corridor that opened wider than expected, a space where ceilings arched like cathedrals and walls curved inward like ribs sheltering a heart. For the first time since entering the hive, we smelled smoke that was not ash from furnaces or rust burning against pipes. It was wood smoke, faint and fragile, as though stolen from some memory of villages long buried beneath soot. It mingled with the stench of decay, with the taste of iron, with the electric tang of lumen wires sparking faintly overhead, and the mixture settled on my tongue like a confession I had no right to speak. The chamber ahead was no manufactorum. No shrine, no courtroom. It was a market. Makeshift stalls of torn metal sheets and broken planks lined the avenue, their goods spread out on rags so filthy they looked older than the men selling them. Crowds gathered, though not in noise. The market buzzed with whispers rather than shouts, each transaction hushed, each bargain muttered, as though sound itself was taxed, and silence was the only affordable coin. What they traded was worse than the silence. One stall displayed jars filled with grey powder, labelled in chalk with words I could not read, the powder shifting faintly as if it breathed. Another solid teeth strung on wires, each yellowed and cracked, some still glistening with blackened roots. Children clutched handfuls of nails pulled from coffins, exchanging them for hunks of meat that steamed faintly though no fire burned nearby. A woman in rags pressed a bone into another's hand, and in return she received a small vial of liquid that pulsed faintly like blood, though it glowed faintly in the dark. Hadron whispered a curse, his voice trembling, and one of the vendors turned sharply toward him. Her face was half gone, flesh melted away to reveal bone beneath, but her eyes were alive, bright and furious, as if daring him to speak louder. She raised a finger to her lips and hissed softly. The sound stretched longer than breath should allow, before turning back to her stall as if nothing had happened. We kept our mouths shut after that. As we moved deeper, I saw stalls devoted entirely to whispers. Men leaned close to one another, their lips nearly touching ears, exchanging secrets instead of goods. When the exchange was finished, coins or rations changed hands, but what mattered was the whisper itself. I could not hear them, but I felt them. The air trembled faintly with every word, as if the hive itself listened hungrily to what was spoken and carried it into its endless lungs. We passed one stall that made every man falter. Laid across its rag were hands, dozens of them, severed neatly at the wrist, each curled slightly, each twitching faintly as though remembering what they once held. The vendor, a man with eyes sewn shut by thick black thread, stroked them gently, muttering prayers beneath his breath. When a customer approached, the vendor placed one hand upon the other's palm, pressing until the severed fingers gripped tightly. The buyer shuddered but did not let go, carrying the hand away like a relic, the twitching never ceasing even as it vanished into the crowd. Garrick spat and muttered about heresy, but Vane silenced him with a glare that cut sharper than any blade. We could not intervene. We could not even react. Here, in the market of shadows, survival was currency, and judgment had no place except beneath the boots of the dead who still enforced it. The stalls grew stranger the deeper we went. One sold shadows, yes, shadows painted onto thin sheets of skin stretched across frames, the shapes twisting faintly as if trying to crawl free. Another sold laughter, bottled in flasks, faint echoes rattling when shaken. One vendor, his face hidden beneath a hood of black feathers, displayed nothing at all, only pointing to the air before customers who nodded solemnly and paid with coins stamped not with the aquila but with skulls missing their jaws. And yet, amidst all of it, I saw the most horrifying trade of all. At the farthest end of the chamber, beneath a collapsed arch where lumen light flickered weakly, civilians stood in a line. Each held something precious, a rosary, a photo, a charm, and one by one they stepped forward to a stall where a figure in robes of patchwork cloth sat cross-legged on the floor. The figure bore no wares, no goods, nothing at all. Instead, the civilians pressed their offerings into its hands. The robed figure leaned forward, whispered into their ears, and the civilians nodded, tears streaming down their faces, before walking away, empty-handed, but with expressions both hollow and resigned. Hadrin asked what they were trading, his voice almost too soft to hear, but one of the veterans answered in a whisper so dry it cracked. "Hope," he said. "They're selling their hope." The words sank into me heavier than ash, heavier than rust, heavier than the stench of corpse engines that still clung to our skin. Hope was the only thing left that was worth anything. And here, even that could be traded away. We drew too many stares the longer we stayed. Eyes followed us, pale and wide, unblinking. Whispers shifted, turning toward us, though we could not hear the words. Vane finally gave the order to move on, his voice low but sharp, warning us that the market was not a place for soldiers, not a place for weapons, not a place for men who still breathed the Emperor's name. We obeyed quickly, slipping back into the narrower tunnels where the stalls fell away, and silence pressed heavier. But as we left, I looked back one last time. The robed figure at the far stall was still seated, still whispering into the ears of the desperate. But as I stared, its head turned, slowly, deliberately, until its face met mine across the distance. Beneath the hood, there was no face at all, only a skull, its jaw missing, its teeth cracked, its sockets empty yet filled with light that pulsed in rhythm with the hive's endless heartbeat. And though no lips moved, I swore I heard its voice inside my chest. "You will trade too." The order came without warning. Through the vox, broken with static and whispers, we were commanded to report to the commissar's billet, though none of us had seen him since we descended into the hive. The voice that carried the order was flat, metallic, like a machine reciting words it did not understand, but the authority stamped within it was unmistakable. Even fear bends beneath a commissar's will. We marched through corridors where lumen strips failed entirely, forcing our lamps to carve narrow tunnels through the dark, shadows clutching at the edges as though eager to swallow us whole. The silence pressed heavier than usual. No footsteps echoed except our own. No whispers stirred in the vents, no sighs drifted from the walls. It was as if the hive itself was holding its breath, waiting for us to step into something it had already prepared. The billet lay within an old tribunal chamber, its doors carved with imperial decrees now so rusted the words bled into one another, unreadable, meaningless. We entered with weapons lowered but ready, hearts beating too loudly in our chests, eyes scanning every corner for movement. What we found was not what any of us expected. The commissar sat at the far end of the chamber, behind a desk piled with parchment that looked too new for this place, the ink still wet as though written seconds before. He was still in full uniform, cap set straight, greatcoat immaculate, despite the filth that clung to every stone of the hive. His bolt pistol rested on the desk, polished and loaded, his hand resting on it lightly, as though he expected us to notice. But he did not look at us. He did not look at anything. His eyes were open, wide, staring at the far wall as though it carried some scripture none of us could see. His mouth moved slowly, lips cracked and pale, whispering words too soft to hear, words that seemed to vanish before they reached the air. When Vane announced our presence, his voice sharp as iron, the commissar did not flinch. He did not blink. He did not stop moving his lips. We stood in silence, uncertain, until Garrick dared to step forward, boots echoing too loudly on the tribunal floor. He saluted stiffly, his voice breaking slightly as he reported status, casualties, supplies. The commissar gave no reply. Only when Garrick drew closer did we hear it. Faint, soft, stretched, words repeated again and again, like a mantra burned into his tongue. Do not speak, do not speak, do not speak. The words chilled me deeper than the corpse engines, deeper than the Arbites' courtroom, deeper than the whispers of the forgotten cells. For a commissar's greatest weapon is speech, words, orders, faith hammered into men's hearts by voice alone. And here, in Hive Morbus, even his voice had been taken, bound into a single warning that he himself no longer seemed to obey. Ardrin asked, quietly, too quietly, what it meant, what he was saying, why he did not look at us. Before any of us could answer, the commissar's head turned sharply, not slowly, not naturally, sharply like a puppet yanked by strings. His eyes met Hadrin's, pale and bloodshot, yet burning faintly as though lit from within. And he spoke louder, voice breaking, throat raw, each word a command that shattered the silence. Do not speak, do not speak, do not speak. Hadrin stumbled back, nearly dropping his rifle, his face white as bone. Vane raised a hand to steady him but did not move closer to the commissar. None of us did. Something about that gaze, about that voice, froze us in place as though obeying his order meant silence was not merely discipline, but survival. The vox crackled then, faint static buzzing through the chamber, followed by the same voice we had heard before, flat, metallic, unhuman, curfew, violation, stand for judgment. The words echoed through the walls, the floor, the ceiling, until it felt as though the hive itself repeated them. The commissar's lips trembled, his jaw locking tight, his teeth grinding audibly, as if resisting some command greater than his own. And then, in a voice so hoarse it bled, he whispered a final phrase. If you speak, they hear. All. The lights died instantly. Darkness swallowed us whole, our lamps flickering out, though their charges were full, though their switches had not been touched. The chamber filled with sound. Not whispers, not sighs, but footsteps, dozens, hundreds, marching, in perfect rhythm, circling us in the black. The commissar did not move. His eyes glowed faintly, his lips still trembling, his bolt pistol untouched. And all of us stood frozen, silent, our throats dry, our lungs aching, because we believed him. If we spoke, they would hear. The footsteps grew louder, closer, circling tighter, until they seemed only inches from our boots. Something brushed my shoulder in the dark, cold and damp, fingers curling faintly, as if testing whether I would cry out. I bit down on my tongue until blood filled my mouth, copper and hot, refusing to let the sound escape. Another hand touched Garrick's arm, another brushed Merrick's helmet. Shapes moved all around us, unseen but undeniable, and still we stayed silent. The steps circled us for what felt like hours before fading slowly, one by one, until the chamber returned to stillness. Our lamps flickered back on. The room was empty. The commissar still sat at his desk, still staring forward, still whispering his endless litany, but his eyes were bleeding now, thick red streaks running down his cheeks, staining his immaculate coat. And for the first time, I realized the truth. The commissar was not warning us. He was warning himself. We did not move at first, each of us waiting for another to take the step. None of us wanted. The commissar sat slumped forward now, his fingers twitching faintly against the desk, his lips still forming the same words though blood flecked with every whisper. Vane clenched his jaw, his hands trembling at his sides, then finally barked at the order we had dreaded. We take him with us. Garrick cursed under his breath, Marek shook his head violently, but no one dared disobey. A commissar was not abandoned, not even here, not even like this. To leave him behind would be desertion, heresy, execution. So we obeyed, though every step toward him felt like pressing closer to a fire that burned without light. Garrick reached him first, gripping his shoulder roughly, shaking hard enough to rattle the cap on his head. "Commissar, we're moving out," he hissed, his voice little more than a growl. The commissar's head turned slowly, painfully, like hinges grinding in disuse. His eyes met Garrick's, red-streaked and glowing faintly, and for a heartbeat Garrick froze. Then the commissar whispered again, louder this time, his voice cracking like glass. "Do not speak, do not speak." Blood spilled from his mouth with the words thick and dark, dribbling down his chin, but still his lips would not stop. When Garrick tried to pull him up, the commissar's body resisted, not with strength but with weight. It was as though the hive itself had claimed him, his boots rooted to the floor, his coat fused into the chair, his flesh anchored to the stone by threads unseen. Hadrin stepped forward then, fumbling nervously, trying to help, his hands grasping at the commissar's arms. The moment he touched him, the lights above flickered violently, and the footsteps returned softer this time, but nearer, as though circling just beyond the edge of sight. Hadrin recoiled instantly, his face white, his hands trembling, whispering apologies though no one had accused him. Vane snarled and drew his combat knife, jamming it beneath the commissar's chair, hacking at the joints, trying to free him from whatever bound him. The steel screeched, sparks showering, fragments breaking away, but the chair did not move. The commissar only tilted his head back, eyes rolling upward, his whispers now spilling faster, tumbling over one another, bleeding into a single endless sound. "Do not speak, do not speak, do not speak, do not speak." The sound grew louder, deeper, as though not only his throat, but the walls, the floor, the ceiling, all carried the same litany. Whispers overlapped, whispers until the chamber shook, until we could no longer tell which voice belonged to him, and which to the hive. And then, without warning, the bolt pistol on the desk twitched. It rose slowly, impossibly, lifted by a hand that was not his. The commissar's fingers remained limp, stained with blood, yet the pistol hovered, turned, aimed, at us. Vane shouted for cover, and we scattered, boots hammering against the floor, weapons raised though none of us dared fire first. The pistol barked, the sound deafening, the bolt round slamming into the tribunal wall, and showering us with shards of stone. The commissar's lips never stopped moving, but his hands remained limp, the pistol twisting in the air like a puppet, held by strings no eye could see. It aimed again, fired again. The shot struck Marek in the chest, the impact hurling him backward, armor shattering, blood spraying across the floor. He screamed once, then fell silent, his body twitching faintly before going still. The commissar did not react. His voice never faltered. "Do not speak, do not speak, do not speak." We opened fire then, lasbolts slamming into the desk, into the walls, into the pistol itself. Sparks flew, stone shattered, but the pistol remained aloft, steady, firing shot after shot, though the commissar never raised a hand. Only when Vane hurled a frag charge did the barrage end, the explosion shattering the desk, tearing the pistol apart in a flash of light and smoke. When the dust cleared, the commissar was still seated, untouched. His lips still moved, though no sound emerged now, his voice finally gone, his throat torn raw, blood streaming down his chest in thick rivers. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, glowing faintly, as if the hive had stolen his words at last and left him an empty vessel. We stood in silence, our ears ringing, our hearts pounding, the smoke thick in our lungs. No one moved to touch him again, no one moved to carry him out. Vane gave no order this time. He only turned, his face pale and hollow, his voice shaking as he spoke, a single word, "March." We obeyed. We left the commissar where he sat, his silence heavier than any words he could have spoken. And as the doors groaned shut behind us, I swore I still heard it faintly, echoing from the chamber, carried through the hive itself like a law carved into stone. Do not speak. Do not speak. Do not speak. We left the commissar's chamber with silence heavier than any hymn, carrying the weight of his warning like a brand etched into bone. No one spoke, not even Vane, though his orders usually cracked the air like whips. Here, his jaw worked silently, his eyes fixed forward as though afraid even the shape of a word might betray us. The corridors beyond sloped downward again, the stones slick with condensation, the air hot and damp, carrying the stench of rust and rotting flesh as if the hive itself exhaled through lungs filled with corpses. For hours we marched without sound but the scrape of boots, every shadow pressing closer, every flickering lumen strip stretching itself into a shape that seemed to shiver when watched too long. Hadrin began to tremble, his fingers tapping nervously against his lasgun's grip, his lips moving in silent prayers, though his eyes darted wildly, searching the dark for enemies that had not yet shown themselves. Marek's absence was a wound none of us spoke of, but the gap he left in our line followed us like an open grave. When the sound came, it was not subtle. It was not whispers in the vents or sighs against our helmets, or the measured hiss of Mechanicus lungs. It was footsteps, not ours. Ours footsteps, not ours. Not scattered, broken, uneven, but unified, deliberate, countless. Boots striking steel in perfect rhythm, echoing through the tunnels until the walls themselves seemed to shake with their arrival. We froze as one, weapons raised, lights cutting ahead, though the darkness swallowed everything beyond a few paces. The sound grew louder, nearer, closer, until it pressed against us like a tide of inevitability, and then they appeared. From the blackness of the tunnel ahead emerged a line of figures, marching shoulder to shoulder, their forms shrouded in tattered uniforms stiff with age. Some wore the remnants of workers' garb, their tools still clutched in bony fingers. Others bore the rotted remains of Arbites' armor, shields split, visors cracked, bones glinting faintly beneath shattered glass. A few still carried lasguns, the barrels rusted, the power cells long dead, yet they held them steady as though ready to fire. Their faces were pale, slack, lips torn, eyes clouded with milky film, but each one turned to us with unmistakable awareness. They did not speak, they did not moan, they only marched. The line stretched back into darkness, endless, unbroken, countless feet striking steel with precision. A parade of the forgotten bound in perfect obedience. The sight froze my breath in my throat, my hands trembling against the grip of my rifle, my body refusing to move. We had seen them before, watching, waiting, circling, but never like this, never in such numbers, never as an army. Vane raised his hand, his face pale but steady, signaling for us to hold fire. But Garrick shook his head, his teeth bared, his eyes wild, muttering curses under his breath as though defiance could shield him. When the first of the dead lifted its arm, a gesture sharp, deliberate, unmistakably military, Garrick broke. He fired. The lasbolt seared through the figure's chest, burning a hole clean through flesh and bone. It staggered for a heartbeat, swaying slightly before straightening again, its cloudy eyes fixed on us. Then it lifted its arm higher, and the entire column stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the marching. Hundreds of figures stood frozen, staring, their bodies still, their faces slack, their jaws working faintly as though chewing words too quiet to hear. Then, as one, they moved. Not rushed, not charging, just stepping forward, shields rising, tools lifting, rusted weapons pointed, a tide of bodies marching directly toward us with deliberate inevitability. Vane gave the order to fire, his voice breaking the silence like a blade shattering glass. Our squad unleashed everything. Lars' fire lanced through the tunnel, the air filling with the crack of energy, the glow of burning flesh. Figures fell, holes seared through their chests, skulls bursting under concentrated volleys. But they did not stop. For every one that fell, two more stepped forward, their boots pounding steel, their eyes unblinking, their jaws twitching as if repeating some litany only the hive could hear. One reached Garrick, swinging a rusted tool like a club, striking his arm and shattering bone with sickening ease. He screamed, stumbling back, blood spraying, but the figure did not pause. It struck again, breaking his ribs, crushing his chest, until Garrick collapsed beneath its weight. We fired into it point blank, Lars bolts tearing it apart, but even as its body fell, its fingers twitched, dragging itself forward still. Another Arbites figure swung its shield, slamming into Merrick's replacement, breaking his jaw in a spray of blood, knocking him to the ground. The maul it carried followed, cracking his skull, the power field sparking weakly, but enough to burst bone. He fell still, his body twitching faintly before rolling limp against the wall. We fired and fired, but the tide never ended. The tunnel filled with smoke, the stench of burned flesh mingling with rust and ash, the screams of dying men swallowed by the sound of endless marching. Our formation broke, panic rising, the line of the dead pushing us backward, step by step, until retreat was the only choice left. Vane roared for us to fall back, his voice ragged, his las pistol blazing as he covered our retreat. We stumbled through the tunnels, boots slipping on ash, bodies pressing against one another, hearts hammering as the dead pursued without pause, their march unbroken, their rhythm unshaken. Every corner we turned, every stair we climbed, their footsteps followed, steady as law, patient as the grave, inevitable as rust. We sealed a gate behind us, slamming it shut, chains rattling, locks snapping into place, our lungs burning, our bodies shaking. The footsteps echoed on the other side, steady, patient, unbroken, the sound of a tide that would never recede. And at that moment, I understood, this was not an ambush. This was not a chance encounter. This was the first glimpse of what Hive Morbus truly held. An army of the dead, endless, tireless, waiting for the order to march not only through this hive, but through every world that still breathed. We fled until our lungs burned, until sweat poured from our bodies and mixed with the rust already soaking our armor. Even after the gate had slammed shut behind us, the sound of footsteps remained, echoing through the steel as though the dead had no need for doors, only patience. Each pound of boots against the floor reverberated through my chest until I swore my own heartbeat had fallen into rhythm with theirs. Oh bull! The tunnel we emerged into stretched wide and long, its ceiling arched high, its walls lined with carved reliefs of saints so eroded. Their faces were no longer holy but hollow. The air here was colder, heavy with mist that clung to the ground like smoke, muffling our boots and softening our sight. Oh bull, we moved carefully, weapons raised, eyes darting from statue to shadow, but the true horror revealed itself not through sight, but through sound. Every step we took echoed, "Oh bull," but not once, not twice. Each step multiplied, bouncing back in dozens of layers, until the tunnel sounded not like a squad of weary men, but like an army marching in lockstep. The echoes overlapped, staggered, repeated, until I could no longer tell where our footsteps ended and others began. We stopped, thinking stillness might silence the noise, but the echoes continued. Dozens more, hundreds more, boots striking steel in perfect rhythm, drawing nearer, nearer, until I could swear something marched behind us. I turned, lamp slicing through the fog, lasgun raised, but the tunnel was empty, only mist, only shadow, only silence. And still the echoes marched. Hadron whimpered softly, clamping a hand over his mouth as if his own voice might add another echo to the growing army. Garrick muttered prayers under his breath, the same line again and again, until his words began to echo too, repeating back to us in voices that were not his. Each repetition grew quieter, fainter, but multiplied, until it seemed as though 100 men prayed with him, all whispering in overlapping layers that drowned each other into static. The reliefs on the walls changed as we advanced. The saints that once bore Aquilus now clutched chains, their faces eroded into gaping mouths, their halos cracked into jagged crowns of iron. Some had no heads at all, only hollow stumps where faces should have been. Yet when our lamps passed over them, the echoes rose louder, as though the statues themselves joined the chorus of footsteps. We came to a junction where the tunnel split into 3 paths, each vanishing into fog so thick it looked like stone. Vane ordered silence, raising his hand sharply, his eyes flicking from left to right, listening, calculating. But the echoes offered no clarity. Each path carried the same sound, the same endless march, the same overlapping prayers, the same whispers that multiplied until they became indistinguishable. It was as though the hive itself mocked us, throwing our own sounds back until we could not trust our ears. Then, from the left path, a new sound joined, not footsteps, not prayers, breathing, slow, deliberate, wet. The sound of lungs filled with fluid, dragging air through rot and ruin, each inhale and exhale, amplified until the tunnel shook with the weight of it. The mist shifted faintly, curling toward us, carrying the stench of meat left too long in water. From the right path came laughter, faint at first, then louder, higher, broken, like glass cracking under heat. It did not belong to one voice, but many, overlapping, each laugh slightly out of time, until it sounded like an audience mocking a play we could not see. The reliefs on the walls seemed to grin in the flickering lamplight, their cracked mouths widening as if they too laughed silently. The center path carried only silence, perfect, unbroken, a silence so heavy it made my teeth ache, as if sound itself had been cut away from the air. And within that silence, I swore I felt eyes watching us, countless and patient, waiting for us to choose. Vane's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing, and though his hand trembled slightly, he pointed to the center path. Better silence, he decided, than breathing or laughter. Better the unknown than horrors already promised. We obeyed, though every step down the center tunnel felt like stepping into the pause between heartbeats, waiting for something to fill it. Our boots made no sound now. No echoes followed. No whispers, no prayers, no laughter, only silence. The kind of silence that swallowed thoughts, that pressed on your skull until your ears rang with the absence of noise. Hadron's lips moved, praying again, but no sound came from his mouth. His face twisted in panic, his throat working furiously, but silence poured out, heavy and absolute. Garrick tried to speak, cursing, shouting, screaming, but nothing escaped. His voice stolen, his words devoured before they reached the air. Even Vane's orders died in his throat, his jaw locked in fury, his silence louder than any command. I wanted to scream just to hear something, anything, but terror clenched my chest, warning me the silence would not return. The sound I gave it, it would keep it, twist it, feed it back later, when we could least endure it. We marched wordless, voiceless, until the tunnel opened into a vast hall. Columns rose on either side, tall and skeletal, their stone eaten through by rust, their arches sagging like ribs broken long ago. The floor was covered in shallow water, black and still, reflecting our lamps in trembling fragments. The silence here was suffocating, absolute, broken only by the sound of our hearts pounding in our own skulls. Then the water rippled. Not from our boots, not from breath or wind. It rippled outward, circles expanding across the surface as though something had moved beneath it. We froze, every lamp cutting downward, beams slicing across the black. For a moment there was nothing, and then the water erupted. Hands burst from below, pale, broken, bone jutting from torn flesh, fingers snapping as they clawed upward. Figures rose slowly, dripping black water, their faces slack, their mouths sealed by rusted wire, their eyes glowing faintly beneath the murk. They stood in silence, dozens of them, water streaming from their forms, their jaws twitching as if trying to scream through the wires. And though no sound came, the silence itself seemed to thicken, pressing into us, choking us, filling us with a dread heavier than any scream. We raised our weapons, ready to fire, but Vane lifted his hand sharply, his eyes wide with realization. The silence was not absence, it was restraint. The moment we fired, the silence would break, and whatever had taken our voices might give them back, not to us, but to the dead. For a moment we stood frozen, staring at the figures rising from the black water, their jaws bound with rusted wire, their eyes faintly glowing like dying lumen strips. The silence pressed down like a weight, heavier than armor, heavier than ash, heavier than every prayer left unspoken. Our weapons shook in our hands, fingers taut on triggers, yet no one fired, not because of discipline, not because of fear of ammunition, but because some instinct screamed that the silence itself was alive. The dead moved slowly, stepping forward through the water, their motions deliberate, patient, each ripple spreading outward in concentric circles that looked too precise to be random. Their jaws twitched, the wire digging deeper into grey flesh, their throats straining as if each one begged to scream, but the silence devoured every attempt before it reached the air. I realized then the silence was not emptiness, it was hunger. It swallowed sound like flesh, fed upon it, hoarded it, until nothing remained but pressure heavy enough to split skulls. Hadrian broke first, his lips peeled back in panic, his throat working violently, his chest heaving as he tried to shout, but no sound came. Only the silence grew heavier, pressing into us, cracking faintly like ice beneath strain. Then, with a suddenness that rattled my bones, it broke. The silence split apart, not into our voices, but into theirs. The bound dead screamed, not through their mouths, still sealed by rust and wire, but through the silence itself. The stolen voices we had lost poured out of them, screaming in agony, screaming our own words back at us, distorted, overlapping, unending. I heard Garrick's curses spat from 10 different throats at once. I heard Hadrian's prayers wailed in voices not his own. I heard Vane's orders twisted, echoed, repeated until they became mockery. And beneath it all, I heard my own voice crying for help I had never spoken aloud. The water shook with the force of it, ripples rising into waves that crashed against the columns, black spray hissing as it struck stone. The dead surged forward now, their movements no longer patient but violent, arms reaching, fingers clawing, eyes burning with stolen sound. The silence was gone, replaced by a choir of our own voices screaming endlessly, filling the hall with madness. Vane roared for us to fire, his voice breaking free at last, cutting through the chaos like a blade of steel. We obeyed instantly, lass fire ripping through the hall, bolts searing into the dead, burning holes into chests, splitting skulls apart. The water boiled with heat, steam rising in choking clouds, the stench of scorched flesh mingling with rust and rot until my lungs burned. Figures fell, their stolen voices shrieking louder as they collapsed, their jaws snapping open and shut, as though trying to cling to the sound even as their bodies failed. But for everyone we burned, 2 more rose. The water surged with bodies, pale forms clawing upward from beneath, bursting through the surface, their mouths wired shut, their eyes blazing. The hall became a flood of the dead, their stolen screams rattling the columns until cracks spread across the stone, dust raining from the arches above. The sound drilled into my skull, each scream recognizable as my own voice played back, broken, multiplied, twisted until it no longer belonged to me. Garrick fired wildly, bolts slamming into the water, his curses echoing louder than the last fire, screamed back at him by a dozen stolen throats. He clutched his head, dropping his weapon, stumbling backward as though beaten by his own words. One of the dead seized him, claws tearing into his armor, dragging him down into the black water. His scream joined the rest, swallowed instantly, his voice echoing back 100-fold before vanishing forever. Hadrian fell next, dragged under by 3 of them, their wired mouths pressed against his helmet, their eyes glowing brighter as his muffled cries bled into the silence. When they rose again, his voice was theirs, his prayers shouted in mockery, each syllable sharp enough to pierce bone. Vane bellowed for retreat, his last pistol blazing, his combat knife hacking through pale limbs as he shoved us toward the far side of the hall. We stumbled through the water, the black liquid rising higher, dragging at our boots, clinging like tar as though the hive itself tried to hold us down. The dead followed, their screams unbroken, their stolen voices tearing sanity apart until I could no longer tell which cries belonged to us and which to them. We reached the far archway, its door rusted but still intact, chains hanging heavy across it. Vane hurled a frag charge, the blast ripping the chains apart, the door crashing inward with a shriek of tortured metal. We poured through, boots hammering against stone, water splashing, the screams following us, pouring into the corridor like flood water. We slammed the door shut, Vane jamming a bar through the handles, his face pale, his hands trembling. For a long moment, we stood gasping in the dark, our ears ringing, our throats raw, our hearts pounding. The screams on the other side pounded harder, louder, until the stone itself shook, until dust rained from the ceiling. Then, slowly, they faded. The silence returned, not the suffocating silence of the hall, but the ordinary empty silence of Hive Morbus. It was almost worse. We staggered onward, fewer now, our line broken, our shadows longer. Hadrian was gone, Garrick was gone. Their voices, though, remained. I still heard them faintly in the distance, whispered back through the vents, stolen forever by the hive that had consumed them. Vane finally spoke, his voice hoarse, hollow, heavy. They don't kill to silence us. They kill to use us. Every voice feeds the hive. And though no one answered, the truth of his words pressed heavier than ash, heavier than silence, heavier than the weight of the Emperor's law in a place where even commissars could not command. We marched deeper still, our own voices trembling on our lips, every word feeling dangerous, every breath heavy with risk. And somewhere far behind us, in the Hall of Echoes, our voices still screamed, endlessly, forever, bound to Hive Morbus like chains we could never break. We marched on through corridors that narrowed into veins, the stones sweating moisture thick with iron, the air so damp it tasted of rot with every breath. The silence that followed us felt deceptive, as though the hive withheld its sounds not to spare us but to lull us, to make us stumble willingly into whatever it prepared next. Our boots struck uneven steel, each step echoing faintly, and I found myself flinching at every sound, waiting for the echoes to multiply again, waiting for my own voice to betray me once more. The tunnel curved downward until it widened suddenly into a gallery, lit not by lumen strips, but by torches jammed into rusted brackets, their flames guttering blue as if the air itself tried to smother them. The smell hit first, a stench of sweat, rust, blood, and something sweet, cloying, foul enough to coat the back of my throat like syrup. Then came the sound, chains, dozens, hundreds of them, dragging across the floor, clinking, rattling, clashing in rhythm, too deliberate to be random. We pressed ourselves against the walls as the procession entered, though no command had been given. Instinct alone forced us into the shadows, our hearts pounding like hammers. They came from the darkness in single file, chained at the wrists, ankles, necks, their bodies bowed under the weight of links so thick they left grooves in flesh. Some were civilians, their faces slack with exhaustion, their eyes hollow as if sleep had long since abandoned them. Others were Arbites, their armor cracked, visors shattered, shields dragging along the floor as though too heavy to lift. And mixed among them were guardsmen, uniforms rotted, laser guns broken, their boots scuffing steel in perfect rhythm with the rest. Their mouths moved as they marched, but no sound came. Not silence this time, but a hum so faint it vibrated in my bones more than my ears. The chains rattled in unison, the sound swelling until it drowned out thought itself, until my pulse began to beat in time with it. It was not noise, it was liturgy, a hymn beaten into iron, dragged endlessly forward until even the hive's walls shook with obedience. At the head of the procession walked figures I at first mistook for priests. They wore robes of chainmail that scraped the floor, their hoods low, their hands clutching staves made of spine and steel. Their faces were hidden, but the chains threaded through their flesh were not, looped through shoulders, piercing ribs, embedded deep into their skin so that every step dragged them tighter. They raised their staves with every beat of the chain hymn, their motions perfect, precise, as if conducting an orchestra of suffering. Behind them came the dead, not mindless, not slack, but marching in perfect step with the living, their chains dragging the same rhythm, their jaws clamped tight, their eyes glowing faintly as if lit by the torches themselves. Living and dead marched together, no difference between them, no separation, no distinction. The chains bound them all equally, pulled them forward equally, demanded obedience equally. Hadrian muttered a curse under his breath before clamping his hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. One of the chain priests froze mid-step, its hood tilting upward as though scenting the air. The entire procession stopped instantly, the chains falling silent, the hall ringing with the absence of their hymn. Dozens of heads turned as one, living and dead alike, eyes fixing on the shadows where we hid. I felt my breath catch in my throat, my weapon heavy in my hands, my muscles trembling with the weight of silence. The chain priest raised its staff slowly, the motion deliberate, heavy with meaning. The chains of the entire procession tightened in unison, pulling taut, groaning against flesh and bone, until the sound became a single sharp note like the pluck of a string. For a heartbeat, I thought they would turn toward us, drag us into their ranks, bind us into their hymn. But the staff lowered, the chains slackened, the procession moved on, the hymn resumed, and the hall trembled with their rhythm once more. We did not move until the last of them vanished into the dark, the chains dragging behind like a snake retreating into a hole. Only then did Vane breathe, his voice hoarse, cracked, the first sound he had dared in hours. They weren't walking anywhere, he whispered. They were walking for the hive. The truth of his words pressed into us like another chain, heavier than iron, heavier than duty. The procession was not labor, it was not transportable, it was worship. The hive demanded it, endless, tireless, unbroken, until every step, every breath, every link of iron became part of its body. We moved quickly after that, our boots clattering too loudly, our breaths too sharp, each sound threatening to draw another procession from the dark. But no one spoke again, not because of the commissar's warning, not because of fear of echoes, but because deep inside, each of us knew the truth. We had not hidden from the procession. We had only glimpsed our own future reflected in their chains. We followed at a distance, not from bravery, but because the path narrowed to only one direction, and retreat promised nothing except returning to footsteps that already hunted us. The sound of chains dragged us onward, rattling like a heartbeat outside our own chests, marking time in a rhythm older than clocks. Every link that scraped stone seemed to bind us tighter until I swore I felt the pull in my own wrists, though no iron had yet closed around them. The tunnel widened again after a long descent, the torches giving way to a glow that came from below, pale and sickly, as though the light itself had been stolen from the dead. We stepped out onto a ledge overlooking a vast shaft that plunged into the hive's depths, so wide it swallowed our lamps, so deep we could not glimpse the bottom. Bridges crisscrossed the shaft like veins, each one sagging under the weight of chains that stretched downward, rattling, vanishing into the endless dark below. The procession we had shadowed marched onto one of those bridges without hesitation, their chains pulled tighter as though tugged by something unseen beneath. One by one, they stepped to the edge and vanished, not falling, not leaping, but walking straight down the chains, their bodies bent by gravity, yet never breaking pace. Living and dead alike descended, their heads bowed, their jaws twitching, their rhythm never faltering as they vanished into the abyss. Hadrian made the sign of the Aquila with trembling hands, his lips moving in prayer, though no words dared escape. Garrick, what was left of him in memory, flashed across my mind, and I imagined him marching too, bound in chains, his curses echoing down into the dark, until even defiance became part of the hymn. Maric's face followed, then the commissar's, then Hadrian's own prayer breaking inside me. Vane gripped the railing of the ledge, his knuckles white, his breath ragged. "They're feeding it," he rasped at last, his voice thin, cracked, almost broken. "The hive, they're feeding it with themselves." And I knew he was right. The abyss was no pit. It was a throat. The chains were veins, and Hive Morbus was swallowing them endlessly, dragging every step, every breath, every voice into its heart. The last of the procession vanished into the abyss, their torches carried downward until the light shrank into nothing, leaving only the rattle of chains fading into silence. We stood staring at the dark, each of us imagining what waited below, each of us knowing we would see it before long. For the hive did not merely feed, the hive consumed, and we had already been marked to follow. We turned away at last, our boots dragging against stone, our bodies hollow with exhaustion, our minds heavier than the chains themselves. No one spoke as we marched, no one dared, but I felt it inside me, clinking faintly with every step, whispering faintly with every breath. The chains had not merely passed us by, they had wrapped themselves around us, invisible, unbreakable, waiting for their time. The path from the abyss sloped upward again, the air drier here but fouler, carrying the stench of incense burned too long in braziers choked with ash. The walls narrowed into archways that sagged under centuries of corrosion, their metal eaten into pits and scars that looked like boils weeping orange pus. At first I thought we had stumbled into another tribunal, but the arches rose higher, wider, until the corridor opened into a chamber so vast it dwarfed manufactorums. It was a cathedral, or what had once been one. Columns rose on either side, so thick they looked like the bones of titans, their surfaces eaten with rust until flakes fell like snow with every distant tremor. Stained glass once graced the walls, but now each window had been shattered, jagged teeth of glass framing only the endless dark outside the hive's skin. Above, the vaulted ceiling sagged beneath chains as thick as towers, each one groaning faintly, each one vibrating as though carrying the heartbeat of something too vast to comprehend. At the far end of the nave rose an altar, but no priest stood behind it, no candles flickered upon it. Instead, the altar itself breathed. Its surface bulged faintly, iron stretched like skin, pulsing with slow rhythm, as if the hive's veins ran beneath and exhaled through the stone. Above it hung a great aquila wrought of steel, but its wings had corroded away, leaving only jagged stumps like broken arms. Its head had been filed into a skull, empty sockets staring down at us with hunger instead of holiness. Rows of pews filled the nave, and they were not empty. Figures knelt upon them in perfect rows, hundreds of them, heads bowed, hands clasped, bodies still as statues. Some wore civilian rags, others Arbites armor, others guard uniforms, their cloth and steel eaten by rust until distinctions meant nothing. Their mouths moved in silent prayer, lips twitching faintly, but no sound filled the air. The silence here was not the suffocating void of the Hall of Echoes, nor the living silence of chains. It was the silence of worship stolen by something too vast to allow its servants even the dignity of their own voices. We crept between the pews, our boots too loud against the floor, though we moved as carefully as shadows. The air vibrated faintly, and I realized the silence was not silence at all. It was humming, faint, low, too deep to hear properly, felt more in my ribs than in my ears. The kneeling figures prayed not with words, but with resonance, their chests vibrating faintly, their bones humming in time with the altar's pulse. One lifted its head as we passed. Its eyes were wide, milky, glowing faintly like cracked glass catching torchlight. Its lips pulled back into a smile, thin and cracked, revealing teeth filed to jagged points. Then it bowed its head again, returning to its silent prayer, as though acknowledging us was no different than acknowledging smoke drifting through the nave. At the altar stood robed figures, priests, or the mockery of priests. Their vestments were woven from chain links and wire, their faces hidden behind masks of rusted steel molded into expressions of agony. They swayed gently, their arms raised, their hands clasping censers that swung slowly, spilling smoke so thick it choked the air. The incense stung my throat, sweet at first, then acrid, until every breath felt like swallowing hot iron. Through the haze I saw the truth of their censers, not filled with herbs or oils, but with burning bones, their marrow dripping as wax, their smoke curling into shapes of faces that vanished when stared at. The priests chanted then, their voices low, metallic, scraping against my ears like knives dragged across steel. I could not understand the words, but I felt them burrow into my skull, felt them coil around my spine, felt them vibrate in my teeth. The congregation's bodies swayed in rhythm, their heads jerking faintly with each syllable, their silent hum deepening into a vibration that shook the pews. The altar's pulse quickened, the chains above groaned. The whole cathedral trembled faintly, as if waking, as if listening. Hadrian's hands shook violently, his laser gun rattling against his armor, his lips moving in prayer too soft to be heard. When he looked at me, his eyes were wide, his face pale, his voice trembling with words he did not speak aloud. "This isn't worship," his lips formed. "This is feeding." He was right. The prayers, the hum, the chant, it was not meant for faith. It was meant for the hive. The worshippers were not praying to the emperor. They were feeding Hive Morbus, filling its lungs, making its heart beat, keeping it alive with every vibration of bone, every hum of marrow, every burned fragment of flesh. Vane gestured sharply for us to move, to leave, his face drawn tight with fury and dread. But the way back seemed longer than before, the shadows heavier, the air thicker. Every eye in the cathedral lifted slowly, turning toward us one by one. Hundreds of glowing eyes, pale and wide, staring through the smoke, watching silently, their lips still twitching prayers, their hum still vibrating. The priests turned too, their masks splitting faintly at the mouths, revealing rusted teeth, broken wires, flickering vox grills that hissed static. The altar bulged again, iron stretching, cracking faintly. From within, something pressed outward, as though testing the strength of its cage, as though waiting for the right moment to rise. The priests raised their censers higher, their chants louder, their voices grinding steel against steel, until sparks danced faintly in the air. The congregation rose together, every pew scraping, every chain rattling, every body swaying as though preparing to step forward. We froze, weapons raised, hearts hammering, lungs burning from the smoke, knowing that if they moved, if they advanced, if the altar broke, nothing would survive us. And through the silence of their hum, through the groan of chains, through the grinding chant, I swore I heard the hive itself whisper in a voice too vast to be human. "Kneel." The word pressed into us like a weight, heavier than the chains of the procession, heavier than the silence of the echoes. It was not sound, it was command, woven into marrow, etched into bone, carved into the fragile machinery of the mind. Every instinct screamed to resist, every oath whispered in training cried against it, yet my knees trembled, my spine bent, my body betraying me with each breath. Hadrian fell first. His knees struck the stone with a hollow crack, his laser gun slipping from his hands, his head bowing low. His lips moved in prayer still, but his voice no longer belonged to him. The hum of the congregation swallowed it, reshaped it, made it part of their endless vibration. When he lifted his face again, his eyes glowed faintly, and his mouth curved into a smile that had never belonged to him. Marek's replacement, gods, I cannot even remember his name now, stumbled next, his shoulders buckling, his body folding under the pressure. He groaned through clenched teeth, fighting, resisting, but the stone drank his struggle greedily, and when his knees struck, his arms rose of their own accord, clasping hands together in mock prayer. The priest's chanting grew louder, the censers swinging wider, smoke pouring thicker, the altar pulsing faster, as if fed by every soldier broken into worship. Vane roared against it, his voice shredding his throat, his jaw clenched so tightly I thought his teeth might shatter. He forced himself upright, his knife in one hand, his pistol in the other, his boots planted wide as though daring the cathedral itself to try and bend him. The veins in his neck bulged, his breath came in ragged gasps, but he did not kneel. He refused, and seeing him resist, I found the will to keep my spine straight, though my legs trembled, though sweat poured into my eyes, though the word kneel echoed in every heartbeat. The congregation shuffled forward then, hundreds of bodies moving in perfect rhythm, their chains clinking, their eyes glowing, their lips twitching in silent hymns. Their steps shook the pews, shook the floor, shook the air, until the whole nave trembled like a drum stretched too tight. The priests raised their censers high, their chants reaching a pitch so sharp it split thought, and the altar cracked at last. With a shriek of tortured metal, the surface tore open, iron splitting like flesh, chains whipping outward in snapping arcs. From the wound rose a hand, massive, skeletal, its fingers wrapped in links, its knuckles bulging with rust. It clawed upward, dragging more of itself free, as if the cathedral itself birthed it, as if the altar had always been a womb. The priests howled through their vox grills, their static voices layered into one command that shook the nave like thunder. Kneel. Hadrian obeyed instantly, his forehead pressing to the stone, his shoulders shaking, his voice merging fully with the hum. The nameless trooper followed, his body trembling, his prayers twisting into static. But Vane spat blood onto the floor and raised his pistol, firing into the altar with a roar that split the command in two. Lasbolts burned into the rising hand, sparks flying, rust hissing, the stench of scorched metal flesh filling the nave. The priests shrieked louder, the congregation howled voicelessly, the altar bulged further, chains snapping upward toward the ceiling. I fired too, my shots tearing into the hand, into the altar, into anything that moved, though fear shook my arms until every bolt went wild. The cathedral erupted in chaos, the congregation advancing, the priests swinging censers like flails, the altar cracking wider, the voice of the hive pressing harder. Kneel, kneel, kneel. But we did not all of us. Vane stood, roaring defiance, his pistol blazing, his knife ready, his body trembling but unbroken. And I stood with him, though my knees screamed to fall, though my bones begged to bend, though my mind ached with the weight of the word. We staggered backward, step by step, retreating down the nave as the congregation closed in, their eyes burning, their chains rattling, their silent prayers filling the air with vibrations that shook the teeth in my skull. Hadrian did not follow. He remained on his knees before the altar, his forehead pressed low, his lips still moving in prayer. And when the altar split fully, when the hand rose higher, dragging a face of rust and bone into the light, Hadrian looked up, and he smiled. We ran then. We ran through the smoke, through the chains, through the endless hum, our weapons blazing, our hearts hammering, our voices raw with defiance. The cathedral shook behind us, its altar tearing wider, its congregation surging forward, its priests shrieking like broken vox speakers, the word kneel following us even into the tunnels beyond. But we did not kneel, not yet. The tunnels beyond the cathedral bent downward once more, the air so thick with smoke and soot that each breath scraped like sandpaper inside my throat. We stumbled half-blind, weapons raised, eyes stinging, the echoes of the hive's command, kneel still rattling in our skulls like a nail driven too deep. The silence between us felt heavier than words, each man clinging to his own thoughts as if even speech might betray us. It was Hadrian's absence I felt most, though his prayer still seemed to linger faintly, humming in my bones, as if the cathedral itself had branded me with its rhythm. Every step carried the memory of his bowed head, his trembling lips, the smile that had not belonged to him. I wondered if we would see him again, and if we did, whether he would still wear his own face or something else. The corridor sloped wider, brighter, until we saw the glow ahead. Not lumen strips, not torches, but something more like a furnace left to smolder, dull and orange, its light choking the smoke into heavier clouds. We advanced slowly, boots dragging, until the passage spilled into a cavern vast enough to be a city square. And it was filled. Hundreds gathered around braziers that burned with ash, not wood, not coal, not fuel of any kind. The braziers glowed with a fire that did not consume but exhaled, the ash within shifting and writhing like something alive. Figures knelt around them, hands cupped, scooping the ash into their palms, raising it to their mouths, swallowing greedily, their faces streaked grey and black. The stench of it hit me harder than the cathedral smoke, a reek of charred flesh and bone, sweet like marrow, foul like rot, heavy like dust inside the lungs of the dead. They feasted, if feasting could be the word for it. They shoveled ash into their mouths, their fingers blackened, their lips cracked, their throats coated with soot until their coughing became part of the meal. Some wept as they ate, tears cutting clean lines down their faces, carving rivers through filth. Others laughed, choking, sputtering, their teeth grinding the ash as though it tasted of victory, and some stared upward as they swallowed, their eyes rolled back, their mouths trembling with ecstasy, as if the ash filled them with something more than sustenance. Vane froze at the edge of the cavern, his pistol trembling in his grip, his jaw locked so tight his teeth ground audibly. "This isn't food," he whispered hoarsely, his voice barely audible over the coughing and crunching. "They're eating us." At first I did not understand. Then I looked closer at the braziers, at the shapes shifting within the ash, at the outlines that had not burned away entirely. Bones, ribs, skulls, fingers still curled, teeth still grinning, faces half preserved in grey, their sockets black pits that seemed to glare from beneath the coals. The feast was no ration. It was the hive's offering, ashes of the dead, recycled endlessly, consumed again and again until flesh and soul alike were ground into obedience. One of the feasters noticed us then, a woman, her hair long since burned away, her eyes glowing faintly in the brazier's light, her lips cracked into a grin. She raised a handful of ash toward us, her voice hoarse, her throat raw, but her words clear. "Eat," she rasped. "Eat and serve." Others turned too, their faces grey, their eyes pale, their lips caked with soot. They held out their hands, fists full of ash, their smiles stretching too wide. "Eat," they whispered together, their voices overlapping into a chorus, their throats cracking, their laughter rising until it shook the cavern. "Eat and serve, eat and serve, eat and serve." The air thickened with ash as they advanced, handfuls falling through their fingers, spreading into clouds that clung to our armor, our eyes, our throats. I coughed violently, choking, my lungs filling with dust, my breath burning as though I had swallowed fire. Through the haze I saw faces forming in the smoke, faces I knew, Mareks, Garriks, Hadrons. Their mouths opened, spilling ash, whispering for me to eat. Vane roared then, firing into the braziers, lasbolts splitting the ash in explosions of sparks, flames bursting upward with screams that shook the cavern. The feasters shrieked, their laughter breaking into wails, their bodies convulsing as the ash spilled from their mouths in rivers. Some clawed at their throats, choking, coughing clouds so thick they blinded us. Others flung themselves into the braziers, their bodies thrashing, their screams muffled by the hiss of fire as they crumbled into new offerings. We fired wildly, blindly, bolts cutting through smoke and shadow, the cavern shaking with every shot, the braziers flaring brighter, the ash rising thicker until it blotted out everything. Figures lunged at us through the haze, their hands clawing, their mouths spilling grey dust, their eyes glowing faintly with hunger. One seized my arm, her grip iron despite her wasted frame, her face close enough for me to see the cracks across her skin. "Eat," she hissed, her breath choking me, her mouth spilling ash into my visor, blinding me until I tore free and fired point blank into her chest. We staggered backward, coughing, choking, firing, retreating step by step as the feasters swarmed, their whispers rising into shouts, their laughter cracking through smoke. "Eat and serve, eat and serve, eat and serve." At last, Vane hurled another charge into the largest brazier, the blast ripping through the cavern, tearing ash and flesh into a storm that swallowed everything. We stumbled through the smoke, choking, half-blind, stumbling into a corridor beyond as the cavern behind us collapsed into screams and fire. We collapsed there, coughing violently, our armor coated in grey, our throats raw, our lungs burning. The ash clung to us still, seeping into every crack, every seam, every breath. And as I spat it out, tasting grit and copper, I realized the truth. We had not escaped the feast. The hive had already fed us. The ash was inside us now. The corridor after the ash feast wound upward like a spine bent too far, its walls ribbed with pipes that dripped steadily, each droplet echoing like a clock marking down the hours we had left. We climbed slowly, our lungs still raw with soot, our throats rasping, our armor coated grey until each of us looked half dead already. No one spoke, not out of discipline, but because every cough sounded too much like the whispers we had heard in the cavern. After hours, the air changed. It grew lighter, thinner, carrying a resonance I felt before I heard it, a vibration in my teeth, a pressure behind my eyes. The first note came faint, a low hum that might have been mistaken for machinery, but then a second joined, higher, softer, weaving into the first like threads of wire tightening into rope, then a third, then dozens, until the air itself quivered with voices layered into harmony that was beautiful and unbearable at once. We crept forward into a hall vast enough to house regiments, its ceiling hidden by shadows, its walls lined with alcoves that stretched upward like tiers of an amphitheater. Each alcove held a figure, some seated, some standing, some slumped, their bodies broken, their flesh wasted, their bones jutting sharply beneath skin cracked with rust. Every throat vibrated, every mouth hung open, every voice joined the song. It was not hymn, not prayer, not chant. It was song, a choir that never ended, each voice layered upon the next, weaving into a tapestry so thick it drowned thought itself. The sound pressed into us, into our lungs, into our veins, until our own bones hummed faintly, trembling in rhythm with theirs. The faces of the singers were slack, their eyes rolled back, their bodies unmoving except for the quivering of their throats. Yet they sang without pause, without breath, without end. The song was not human, not entirely. It rose and fell in intervals that hurt to hear, chords that scraped across nerves, harmonies that bent like broken steel. At times it almost resembled beauty, sweet and delicate, but then it twisted sharply, tearing that sweetness into something jagged enough to draw blood. Hadrian would have prayed, Garrick would have cursed, but both were gone. Only Vane broke the silence, his voice a whisper nearly lost beneath the song. "Do not listen," he rasped. "Do not follow the tune." But it was too late. The song wound around us, slipping into the cracks of our armor, into the gaps of our helmets, into the marrow of our bones. I felt it tugging at me, pulling at memories, shaping them into music. I heard my mother's lullabies twisted into its chords, my comrades' laughter warped into dissonant notes, my own voice threaded back into the song though I had never sung a word. Marek's voice rose too, and Garrick's, and Hadrian's. Their voices, long since stolen, wove themselves into the harmony, rising clear and sharp, calling my name again and again until I nearly answered. One of the singers shifted then, its head turned toward me, slowly, creaking like wood swollen by water. its mouth stretching wider as its note rose louder. Its eyes rolled downward, milky and glowing faintly, staring directly at me as its throat bulged with effort. The sound pierced through my skull until blood dripped from my nose, my ears ringing, my hands shaking so violently my rifle nearly fell. I stumbled back, colliding with Vane, who grabbed my shoulder with a grip like iron, dragging me away from the alcove. His lips moved, shouting, but I could not hear him. Only the song, only the endless song, filling everything, consuming everything. The world tilted, the floor shifting, the shadows bending in rhythm with the music, until the hall itself seemed to breathe in time with the choir. Figures stepped from the alcoves then, their mouths still open, their throats still vibrating, their song never faltering. They moved slowly, deliberately, advancing down the steps toward us, their arms raised, their fingers stretched, their eyes glowing faintly in time with the beat. They sang as they marched, their voices growing louder, sharper, until each note cut like a blade through the air. Vane fired first, his last pistol cracking shots that split the music with bursts of static. The bolts burned through bodies, splitting throats, silencing voices one by one. But for every voice lost, a dozen swelled louder, filling the gaps, strengthening the harmony until the silence of the dead became nothing. I fired too, my bolts tearing into flesh, my ears bleeding, my vision swimming. The choir sang on, unstoppable, endless. The song became words then, though twisted, distorted, broken. Not a hymn to the Emperor, not praise for the hive, but command. Sing, sing, sing. The word burrowed into my mind, pressed against my throat, forced my lips to tremble, my breath to quiver, my voice to rise. I fought it, clenching my teeth, grinding them until my jaw ached, but still the pressure built, still my bones hummed, still my voice strained to join. One of the troopers beside me broke. His mouth opened wide, his voice spilling out, his song weaving perfectly into the choir's harmony. His eyes rolled back, his rifle clattering to the floor, his body swaying in rhythm with the music. He staggered forward, joining the singers, climbing the steps toward an alcove, his voice never faltering, his body never resisting. By the time we fired, it was too late. His voice did not die with him. It lingered in the choir, woven forever into its endless song. We fell back together, step by step, firing blindly, our ears bleeding, our voices trembling with the effort of silence. The choir grew louder, their harmony pressing heavier, their command to sing shaking the hall until cracks split the columns, dust falling in clouds. The sound was no longer just song, it was law, it was hunger. It was the hive demanding obedience in a new tongue. At last, Vane hurled a charge into the alcoves, the explosion ripping through stone, collapsing rows of singers in an avalanche of dust and fire. The choir faltered, voices cracking, harmony shattering, the hall trembling violently as the song broke. The figures still standing screamed, not in music, not in harmony, but in pain, their throats tearing, their voices dissolving into static. The silence that followed was sudden, brutal, absolute. We staggered into the corridor beyond, ears ringing, blood dripping from our noses, our throats raw from resisting. No one spoke, not because of fear, not because of silence, but because each of us still felt the song inside us. Our bones hummed faintly, our breath quivered, our hearts pounded in rhythm with a choir we had not escaped. And as I stumbled after Vane, my vision blurred with ash and smoke, I realized something that chilled me deeper than the song itself. The choir did not want to silence us. It had wanted to keep us, and even though we had left, it still had us. We had been running for days without ever leaving the hive, yet the map still told us we had gone nowhere at all. Every stair that descended became another that rose. Every tunnel that promised escape looped back upon itself. Every gate that sealed behind us opened again to echoes of the dead. Sleep no longer mattered, food no longer mattered, only movement mattered, because stopping meant listening, and listening meant joining. The orders from command were simple, scrawled in ink that had already smeared from ash when the Vox relayed them to us. Hold level S9, establish a barricade, deny the dead passage. The words were meant for soldiers, meant for men who still believed fire and steel could draw a line in the dark. We obeyed not out of faith, not out of hope, but because orders were the last ritual we still knew. We found the choke point, a furnace hall where pipes crisscrossed like veins, where the floor sagged with grates that vented steam hot enough to blister skin. The ceiling rose high, disappearing into shadow, chains swaying faintly overhead as though something heavy had just been dragged out of sight. It was as defensible as anywhere in Hive Morbus could be, which meant not at all. We stacked everything we could find. Broken machinery, rusted crates, steel plating torn from dead manufacturing walls. The barricade rose crooked, jagged, sharp as teeth, its edges still dripping oil, its seams still weeping soot. Flamer units were set at the front, fuel lines hissing softly, promising a wall of fire if the dead advanced. Laser guns were braced atop the heap, barrels steady, power packs stacked at our feet like votive candles waiting to burn. For a few hours, we felt like soldiers again. The rhythm of labor steadied our hands. The weight of barricades steadied our hearts. The silence behind us steadied our breath. Even Vane allowed himself a moment's pause, his hands folded behind his back as he studied the choke point with grim approval. "If they come," he said at last, his voice hollow but steady, "they will burn." But the hive had already decided otherwise. The first sound came not from footsteps, not from chains, not from the endless song of the choir. It came from the steam. The vents hissed louder, sharper, until the pipes rattled like bones in a furnace, until every grate screamed with pressure. The air grew hotter, damp enough to choke, thick enough to cling, until our rebreathers whined in protest. Then the steam carried voices, not screams, not whispers, but orders barked in cadence, old words of drill and discipline, the kind every guardsman knows, echoing through the vents in tones too broken to be alive. The first figures emerged through the mist. At first we thought they were men, survivors stumbling through the haze, their silhouettes bent but human. But as the steam cleared, we saw the truth. They were guardsmen, yes, but long dead. Their uniforms hung in tatters, their boots rotted to scraps, their armor eaten by rust, their weapons broken to splinters. Yet their movements were perfect, precise, disciplined. Their eyes glowed faintly in the mist, their jaws twitched faintly in silence, their steps struck steel in rhythm with the voices in the vents. We opened fire instantly. Las bolts seared through the mist, burning holes in flesh, bursting skulls into clouds of bone dust. Figures collapsed one after another, limbs torn free, torsos ripped apart. But for everyone that fell, another stepped through the steam, their cadence unbroken, their discipline unbroken, their silence unbroken. The barricade held at first. Bolts burned through the dead. Fire spat across their ranks, fuel igniting cloth and flesh until the front lines became a wall of writhing shadows. The smell was unbearable. Cooked meat, scorched bone, rust sizzling into fumes. But still they marched, their bodies burned, their limbs blackened, their skins sloughed off into ash. But still they climbed the barricade, still they pressed forward, still they reached with charred fingers. One flamer sputtered and died, its fuel line punctured by a rusted bayonet. The fire faltered, the mist pressed closer, the dead surged in with greater rhythm, greater patience. We fired until our packs ran hot, until our rifles hissed and smoked, until the air shimmered red with las bolts. But the dead did not fall back. They did not break. They only marched through the fire, their charred boots striking steel, their blackened jaws twitching as though trying to chew the flames themselves. The barricade groaned under their weight, the stacked machinery shifting, the crates collapsing, the plating rattling like teeth. Vane roared orders, his pistol blazing, his knife hacking into hands that reached over the barricade, cutting through tendons that did not bleed but only smoked. We fought like men drowning in fire, every shot another gasp for breath, every step backward another inch stolen by the hive. Then the vents screamed. Steam burst upward in gouts so thick it blinded us, scalding our skin, soaking our armor. Through the haze, shapes emerged, not soldiers now, but Arbites. Their shields still smoldered, their visors cracked, their mauls sparking weakly, but their discipline was greater, their silence heavier, their patience unbreakable. They struck the barricade with their shields in rhythm, pounding once, twice, thrice, until the steel itself shook, until the seams split, until the teeth of our defenses crumbled inward. The barricade fell with a crash like thunder, the heap collapsing in sparks and smoke. The dead poured through the gap, climbing over wreckage, marching through fire, their cadence unbroken, their silence unbroken, their purpose unbroken. We fired desperately, point blank, bolts searing holes into skulls, into hearts, into jaws. But they did not stop. One seized Marek's replacement by the throat, its fingers glowing faintly with heat, its grip crushing until his helmet shattered like glass. Another drove a rusted blade through a trooper's chest, lifting him high before tossing him into the flames. Vane ordered retreat, his voice cracked, his pistol empty, his knife slick with soot, but his orders carried iron even now. We stumbled back into the tunnels, smoke clinging to us, screams echoing behind us, the sound of shields striking steel following like a heartbeat. We had failed. The barricade was gone. The dead had walked through fire. And as we fled deeper into Hive Morbus, I understood the truth. The hive could not be held, not by walls, not by fire, not by discipline, not by faith. The dead would march until nothing remained but ash, and even the ash would march in time with their cadence. We fled from the furnace hall with our lungs scalded and our eyes burning, stumbling blind through corridors that sloped downward at a cruel angle, as if the hive itself wished to pour us like waste into its lower bowls. Steam peeled from the ceilings in ragged sheets that smelled of iron and meat, our boot soles slipping on condensation that made stone behave like rotting fat. And behind us, the dim thunder of shields on steel kept time like a funeral drum that had no plan to tire. Vane did not look back, because men who command in places like this understand the arithmetic of glances, and the sum always arrives the same whether you count it or not. The floor changed first, steel grating replacing plate. The clang of our boots suddenly hollow, as if the world beneath had been replaced by an open throat waiting to swallow breath, names, and evidence. A sour chill rose from below, damp and electric, the chill that crawls up ribs when water is near but not clean, when the promise of thirst is answered by a cup that will rearrange your insides instead of quenching anything worth saving. Our lamps hit spray, our beams broke into glittering confetti that refused to resolve, and then the corridor spat us into a vaulted artery where the hive's water ran like black scripture no priest had permission to read aloud. The aqueducts did not flow like rivers on any sane world, but advanced in pulses that made the arches creak, long waves shoving mounded filth forward, and then hauling it back again with the obstinate rhythm of a drunk refusing the door. Catwalks stitched the void like shaky handwriting in a margin, narrow planks slag-welded to brackets that had forgotten the meaning of trustworthy, their handrails sticky with algae that glittered faintly like a night sky built from mold. Below, the water slid by with a skin like oil and a body like meat, lumps drifting that might have been knots of plant or might have been the consequences of somebody else's orders many years ago. We smelled it before we heard it, which is never the correct sequence for watermen intend to share a room with. The smell came like the breath of a locked ward, medicinal sweetness mixed with the metal taste that follows a mouthful of pennies. Only then did the aqueduct find its voice, not the hush of flow or the slap of wave on stone. but a choir of thin sounds like knives drawn together, rising from below with such insistence that the hair on our wrists learned to stand alone. The first words drifted up as if someone was speaking from the far end of a long pipe, stretched thin by distance and made intimate by plumbing, and every syllable came wetted by a mouth that had been full too long. "Help," the water said, and because I still owned a throat, I did not answer, and because Vane still owned his, he did not allow anyone else to try. The second voice belonged to nobody present, and also to someone we loved in another room, a trick that water performs effortlessly when memory is already soft, and it said the narrator's name in a tone mothers save for cradles. Then the churning found new phrases, soldiers' oaths and family jokes, and the brittle laughter of men from other regiments, each voice riding bubbles that broke in little kisses against the rack of pipes below our feet. We crossed the first span single file, because pride is a fine way to meet depth sooner than planned, and every plank spoke beneath us with the sound of wood that had learned to rot underwater while pretending to remain a metal just long enough to pass inspection. The current should have gone one way because gravity is stern, but the flow reversed twice beneath our lamps, sucking backward with a stubbornness that made the rivets in the girders complain, depositing hair and cloth and something that still had teeth onto the snags under our boots. Vane raised a palm to hold pace, and his glove came away wet, not with condensation, but with a film that stretched into threads like spit from a hungry mouth. And he did not swear, because there are oaths you do not waste where the water can memorize them. Grates choked the far wall where the aqueduct split, each mouth fronted by a portcullis of rods slagged together in a hurry to keep something in or keep something out. The difference matters less in worlds designed by appetites. From behind the center grate came a new sound that did not belong to water at all, a clatter like a baton against a shield ringing faintly, as if the impact were happening 20 fathoms down a corridor that the map forgot to ink. The vibrations traveled up the rods until the metal thrummed under our palms, and buried in that tremor hid a cadence any guardsman learns before he earns a blanket, the left-right of formation, the stomp that tells you the man beside you is still a man. A face rose at the bars with the slow deliberation of something that had practiced this entrance many times without receiving applause, pale as drowned wax and brightened by two small lights that had once been eyes and had become something else entirely. It opened its mouth, but the mouth had no air to honor, and so the words unrolled as a rush of bubbles that found new throats in the main channel and spoke there so we could enjoy them with proper clarity. Open for inspection, the water told us, and the words carried the humorless patience of Arbites law, recited from memory by a clerk who died with a pen still stuck through his ledger. We did not open anything, which is to say, we lived another 3 minutes, and in those minutes we reached the valve house that squatted on a spur of concrete like a blister that learned to wear a crown. Iron wheels larger than grav coach tires lined its walls, their spokes slick with slime, their rims engraved with litanies in a script too eroded to promise anything worth repeating, and the floor trembled as flow surged and ebbed in pulses that made our teeth harmonize. Vane pointed to the largest wheel with 2 fingers that had knifed men quiet and flung grenades loud, and he made the turning gesture that means this is not clever, but it is necessary, and we obeyed because obedience is a ladder you climb even when it is leaning against the wrong building. 4 of us leaned into the wheel because courage is heavier than steel when distributed properly, and the valve answered first with a groan and then with a scream that sounded like a cathedral deciding to become a lung. The water rose at once below, obedient in the way only fluid can be when gravity makes offers, and the main channel began to fill the secondary, and the noise of it made language irrelevant for a handsome half-minute. The scream from behind the grate climbed into a frequency that made my eyes water from the inside, and bubbles tore themselves apart below us into white violence before flattening into streaks that ferried syllables we had no business hearing. "You drown us again," the aqueduct said. and I felt the guilt land, because truth does not care whether you intended a thing or not. It only cares which way the wheel turns when a hand owns it. Vane kept turning, more slowly now, as if the mass of the water could climb up his arms and set up house in his elbows, and someone behind me sobbed once in the small, precise way men do when they cannot afford 2 sobs. The level rose past the first ledge, took the stairs in a single patient tongue, and began to lick the undersides of the catwalks as if tasting them for weakness, the way a child tastes teeth for wobble. Faces formed where eddies met, not the tricks of light men tell themselves afterward to sleep, but faces with continuity, faces with remembered asymmetries, faces that knew who owned the hands withholding air. Marek lifted from a whirlpool near the third brace with his split grin, and his eye milky, and his helmet still caved, and he asked me by name whether the squad still sang the rude verse before charges, and I said nothing because my lungs had other work. Garrick came next with ash leaking from his mouth like the last thing he ever ate, and he did not accuse. He only reported casualties with a competence I missed so badly. My fingers began counting by habit, tallying dead onto air that refused to hold chalk. The water climbed until the catwalks dipped their edges like weary swimmers practicing surrender, and we backed toward the valve house door because nobody wanted to learn whether the handrails were designed for buoyancy or memorialization. A trooper whose name never found permanent room in my head slipped then, his boots smearing algae into admission, and his shout tore loose before any of us could take it for himself, and the water found the shape of that shout immediately and turned it into bait. It echoed back a second later from downstream, in a voice too high to be his, but informed by his urgency, and for an instant we all leaned that direction like sensible fools, because men are magnets for anything that resembles themselves. He hit the water sideways, his pack dragging him under in a clumsy bow, and 3 of us lunged because there are reflexes the hive has not yet learned to miseducate, and the current grabbed all 4 without asking for paperwork. Hands rose to meet our hands, beautiful and polite. The hands of children, of wives, of drinking companions, of drill sergeants we taught ourselves to hate for fitness, and every palm felt exactly like another chance. Vane's knife flashed once, then twice, severing straps before the water could write a reunion poem none of us wanted to appear in, and the trooper bobbed up, coughing grey foam that smelled like the brazier cavern had followed us here wearing better perfume. We hauled him onto the metal lip where the valve housing pretended to be architecture, and he vomited a rope of water that contained glittering chips that looked like ground glass and sounded like teeth when they struck the grate. He whispered thanks into his forearm because faces cannot be trusted when water is listening, and somewhere below something laughed politely, a little clerk's chuckle that asked whether our forms were in order. We dragged him through the iron door and slammed it, and for a heartbeat the scream of the hinges was a comfort, because at least it belonged to dry things still unaccustomed to drowning. Inside the valve house, the sound changed from exterior theatre to interior confession, the hum of shafts and cams and pistons burrowing through the walls, as if the building were only a mask for the machine behind it. Holes cut into the floor let us see the stems of the valves plunging into blackness, their threads shiny where grease still did its part, their collars packed with fibre that pulsed like muscle each time a wheel took a breath. We braced the door with a pipe that had not asked to be involved, and the first knock came anyway, not fists but palms, a polite pressure repeated in 3s by someone who believed in appointments. The room darkened though our lamps were steady, and I understood too late that light is not merely a supply but a permission, and permissions can be revoked by agency you never met at a meeting. From the mouths of the maintenance ducts rose a vapor too orderly to be called mist, carrying with it phrases trimmed of context, every noun polished by water, and every verb drowning toward the imperative. "Open inspection port," said the vapor in a voice that had once belonged to law and now belonged to anything that could mime it without irony, and the trooper we had saved flinched as if paperwork could bite. We did not open, we opened something else, our packs and our veins, replacing filters and swallowing fear until fear learned to sit still long enough to be counted as company instead of weather. Vane planted us at the windows where slits of mesh gave us views thin as wounds, and through them the aqueduct revealed its next lesson, which is that water remembers every body it has ever met and tries to practice names when current is slow. The faces pressed against the grate below our window were not merely formed of foam or wish. Their cheeks bulged against bars, their lips blued around syllables, and their eyes rolled like marbles in jars that had never chosen their inventory. I saw Hadrian then, or the portion of him the cathedral had returned to circulation, his prayer still working his jaw, yet translated to bubbles that popped into sermons when they reached the air river, and he told me kindness is a currency this world had seized. He asked me to say his name out loud because water cannot spell without consonants, and I did not grant that charity because I understood better now who would be paid by it. Beside him rose the commissar's cap like a lily pad, and under it no face, only a muzzle flash repeating forever in a vision the water kept for its own amusement, and I looked away before the next bolt could choose a chest. The pressure climbed again. We had turned too much wheel for comfort and too little for salvation, and the aqueduct began to lift itself into the room in quiet ways, beads forming on bolts, threads sweating like nervous flesh, and the floor varnishing itself with a shine that would soon be a film. Vane made the decision men call unthinkable in letters home and inevitable in rooms like this. He pointed at the opposite wall where a secondary duct ran like a vein overserved by gravity, and he told us to cut it because drowning something else buys time to breathe. We primed a charge and set it tenderly because tenderness is the last veneer of civilization on actions you cannot forgive. And we backed away with the care of men walking in churches they have already burned. The blast slapped the room like an offended father, and the duct split with a cough that smelled like the first day of a war, throwing a blade of water into the far channel that bucked the main flow sideways in a tantrum impressive enough to silence voices for a handful of breaths. The faces below our window blurred into a single rag of grey, and then knit again around new mouths, none familiar, all hungry, and the aqueduct groaned as floodgates downline received news they were not expecting from a messenger who had removed his boots. For a moment, the current did what we asked instead of what it wanted, and the level at the grate dropped a shoulder's worth so the catwalks began to dry their edges like shy dogs, and we ran because bargains with water are written in soap. We burst into a corridor that had entered a relationship with mildew and lost track of boundaries, and the screams followed like gulls behind a garbage barge, cheerful and efficient, and always ready to learn new words if bribed. The trooper we had pulled from the drink staggered twice and then straightened, and when I glanced back, I saw water shining on his lips like lipstick, and I decided not to tell him because despair digests better when served without mirrors. We crossed another span where the railings had been replaced by rope braided from something that did not begin life as rope, and beneath us the channel rolled its tongue at the pylons as if tasting which one would be the prettiest to break. The screams changed then from plea to lesson, shedding the old help and picking up grammar that marched like boots and snapped like salutes, and I realized the aqueduct had begun to brief us for our next shift. You drown, you join, you guide, the water said, and it sounded almost kindly, like a supervisor explaining the promotion track to a bright recruit who only needs seasoning, and I considered becoming deaf as a long-term career path. The valves behind us slammed in some other officer's decision, their shock traveling through the steel like a whisper with muscle, and the flow reversed mid-sentence, the channel tugging us backward with the insistence of a grandmother asking whether we had eaten. The catwalk bucked under my boots, throwing sparks from my toe caps, and a new grate ahead exhaled a bubble that could have held a carriage, and from its skin protruded a hand I knew by the scar across the third knuckle because I had put it there with a bottle in a victory none of us could now afford to celebrate. Marek's hand waved as if hailing a friend from across a street full of happy traffic, and when the bubble burst, the hand clung to the railing with the cling of seaweed that married iron, and I had to pry each finger up with the rifle barrel while telling myself the courtesy mattered. The finger left a print that glittered on the metal, not water, but a film with a mind, and it crept toward my glove with the patience of a lover betting right on the long game. Vane threw me a look sharp enough to sand wood, and I wiped the print off on the wet wall, because sometimes obedience saves you from yourself, and we half ran, half listened, because listening had become running in this place. The corridor bent, and the new channel opened, and the hive revealed another of its lungs, a sump wider than a parade ground where 5 streams met and argued, and were punished for their impudence by whirlpools the size of civic pride. Pipes the size of rail cars vomited water in arcs that sparkled like celebration, and beneath those fountains men and women hung on chains and hooks at thigh depth to slow the flow with their bodies. Deadweights learning employment, their mouths open to share opinions we could not afford to hear. We crossed that room on a bridge deeper in rust than in metal, and the hooks turned toward us as if muscle still lived in the ceiling, and the hanging bodies whispered hold, and I did not know whether they advised or described or begged for rescue we could not print more of. The far door had been locked by a man who believed in locks, and Vane broke it with a kick because faith is a spectrum, and we were deep in the red end, and the hinges shrieked again, and something below repeated the shriek perfectly, and a little too delighted. A flight of stairs took us back toward air that only smelled filthy instead of ambitious, and the screams grew faint, then faint again, then present in the piping in the walls because voices learn to commute when rooms go vertical. We reached a gallery of inspection windows scabbed with limescale that had learned to sculpt itself into little skulls, and through them the channel sluiced away toward districts whose maps we no longer carried. Districts that would drink what we had shaken loose, whether they wanted it or not. A child's song found us there, bright and off-key, the words broken into syllables by the churn so mama became ma and then m, and then a hiss that wrapped my name inside it like a lucky charm, and I watched Vane turn his head so slowly it might have been prayer. He pressed his hand against the glass as if measuring temperature, and then pulled it away as if temperature had measured him, and he told us with his eyes that there would be no orders for mercy, because mercy had been nationalized by the hive and issued on a schedule we could not read. When we reached the last door, the aqueduct made one final offer in a voice that had practiced kindness like a second language and learned all the wrong idioms. It promised us a silence as deep as stone and as sweet as sleep if we would only step down and let it close our mouths gently. We ignored it because promises from water have small print written in bones, and we shoved through into a corridor where the air had chosen to become a gas again instead of an archive, and the smell of old metal beat the smell of new drownings by 1 point. The door dragged shut behind us with a sound like a coffin rehearsing, and the latches bit home with a satisfaction I envied, and for a handful of heartbeats there were only our breaths and the faint clatter of a man's courage dropping one stair at a time. Vane leaned his forehead to the meat of 2 plates and let the steel take his heat until duty cooled enough to survive another hour, and then he raised his head and looked at the handful of us that still answered to plural. "They do not stop," he said, and the words carried water on their backs like refugees. "And when they stop, they learn new ways to continue. And when they continue, they invite us to participate because participation scales better than conquest." He wiped the ash from his lip where it had crusted into something familiar and wrong, and he added the line that would follow me long after I deserved memories. The line you carve into the inside of your skull with whatever you have left for tools. "We can burn air," he said. "We can drown lungs. We can break bridges. We can feed the hive enemies we choose so it pauses to chew. But the aqueducts keep their dead and return them as advice. Understand that, and maybe we will live long enough to be frightened by something new." No one answered because voices travel, and because answers are liabilities when water keeps minutes, and because we had nothing to offer but the next footfall and the promise not to stop until stopping became a choice we no longer owned. We marched away from the water, and it marched with us in the pipes, in our boots, in the fibers of our filters, in the phrasing of our thoughts, and I knew with an education that no book had granted me that we had not escaped its screams. We had only changed their venue. When the corridor eventually offered us a gate that led upward toward air that remembered the idea of dry, the aqueducts gifted us one last sound, a goodbye with the timbre of a courtroom closing and the warmth of a hospital curtain's shadow. You drown, you join, you guide, it repeated, and though the language was impersonal, the tone was intimate as a hand on a shoulder. And I understood that Hive Morbus did not hate us because hate wastes fuel. It simply scheduled us. We climbed, and the screams dimmed, and the pipes in the walls vibrated with the noise of other districts receiving the harvest we had redirected. And if guilt has a molecular weight, then I can tell you the number, because my shoulders have carried it like accurate math ever since. Above, the level changed from wet to merely hostile. The floors off-gassing old industry and the air ticking with heat from engines we would later learn to name with words better kept for funerals, and we paused at the landing where a saint's statue had been replaced by a valve wheel crowned in thorns. Vane touched the crown once like a man who still remembers the gestures even after the faith breaks, and he said nothing because language earns expenses here and our ledger slumped. We moved on. Aqueducts gnawing their lessons into our boots with every step, and the hive listened to our footprints and balanced its books and smiled in whatever way a city built from labor and remainder and appetite chooses to smile. Behind us, the water continued to work, carrying voices forward like invoices, distributing blame like wages, filing grief under reference numbers that made sense to pumps and none to men, and somewhere a gate we had closed learned to open itself politely. I did not look back because I had not brought eyes for that job, and because looking is a kind of agreement, and agreements are how you get drafted by weather in a city that believes in employment for all. Ahead lay the parts of the hive where law pretends to live and where flesh pretends to command, and between them a stare for soldiers who know what both pretenses cost, and the aqueducts hummed farewell in the walls with the confidence of water that has already booked our return. The aqueducts had stolen our voices, filled our lungs with their drowned sermons, and still we had escaped them only by accident, staggering upward through valves and gates until air remembered how to be only foul instead of fatal. But Hive Morbus does not permit victories. It allows pauses, brief, cruel, the sort of pause that makes men believe the worst is finished, just before the next lesson arrives to correct the arrogance of breath. That lesson came in the sound of boots, not our own, not the endless march of the workers, but something heavier, something more deliberate, something carved from law. The corridor widened into a gallery where rust had eaten statues into anonymity, and the first of them appeared through the haze of smoke and broken lumen strips. Arbites. Their armor still bore the sigil of justice, though the paint flaked and the aquila had long since rotted to stains that looked more like scars. Visors cracked, vox grills corroded, shields buckled and dented by centuries of use, but they moved with the precision of enforcers still alive, still convinced law had not rotted into mockery. Their boots struck the floor in perfect cadence, a rhythm that made my teeth ache. A rhythm that carried not hunger, not whispers, not prayer, but judgment. Each step was a verdict, each stride a sentence, each march the living continuation of laws written in blood centuries ago and enforced now by bones that had never stopped believing in obedience. The sight froze us as thoroughly as the corpse engines had, because law should die with the men who speak it. But here it had outlived its authors. Vane's hand rose sharply, warning silence. We obeyed, holding our weapons tight but not raised, because instinct whispered what logic already screamed. These things did not bleed like rioters or cultists. They would not scatter like frightened civilians, and firing first would only invite a punishment more absolute than death. The Arbites halted as one, shields raised in perfect walls, mauls sparking faintly with power fields that had no fuel source but still burned with thin arcs of lightning. Their vox grills crackled, not with static, but with words, not their own, not human. The hive spoke through them. Curfew violation, stand for judgment. The voice was the same that had echoed through vox lines in forgotten cells, the same that had barked orders in the furnace halls, the same voice that had whispered through aqueducts. The hive had stolen law, consumed it, and returned it to us as a mask worn by the dead. One of the troopers panicked then, his name lost now, swallowed by the hive's arithmetic, but I remember his scream. He fired a las bolt into the Arbite's shield wall, the beam cracking against rusted armor and leaving only a faint scorch. The enforcers did not flinch, they only advanced, shields thundering in unison as they slammed the floor once, twice, thrice. Each impact rattled my bones, each strike of metal against stone a declaration that law had come not to negotiate, but to collect. The first Arbites raised its maul and swung. The air shrieked with the hum of its weakened field, but weakened did not mean harmless. The blow shattered the trooper's chest, his ribs exploding inward, his scream cut short by blood-flooding lungs that had seconds left to serve. The enforcer stepped over him as if over refuse, visor cracked, vox grill still whispering, judgment carried. We fired then, all of us, las bolts hammering against the shield wall, sparks flying, rust spitting outward, smoke thickening as armor plates cooked under the heat. Some of the Arbites staggered, joints grinding, cracks widening, but none fell. Their wall held, their rhythm held, their advance unbroken. The dead do not retreat, and law does not bargain. One slammed its shield into Marik's replacement, bones crunching, teeth scattering like coins across the floor. Another seized a trooper by the arm, dragging him forward with the weight of chains, pinning him beneath its boot until ribs broke like twigs. Every strike was surgical, precise, efficient. No cruelty, no malice. Only law, reduced to its most brutal arithmetic. Vane roared for retreat, his pistol blazing, his knife hacking at hands that reached through the smoke. We fell back into side corridors, stumbling over rubble, our fire turning wild and desperate as the shield wall advanced without hurry, without pause. Their cadence followed us, slow, steady, inevitable, as if they had no interest in speed because speed was unnecessary. Law does not chase, it arrives. We sealed a bulkhead behind us, chains clattering, locks snapping into place, the metal groaning as if already weary of resisting. For a moment, silence. Then the verdict came. The shield struck the other side in unison, once, twice, thrice. The bulkhead screamed with each blow, seams splitting, rivets snapping, until dust rained from the ceiling. On the fourth strike, the metal tore inward. Their shields emerged through the gap, followed by hands blackened with rust, followed by visors cracked yet unblinking. We fled deeper, the corridors narrowing, our boots hammering in panic as the hive whispered through broken vox lines all around us. Curfew violation, stand for judgment. The words repeated again and again, overlapping from every pipe, every vent, every shattered speaker, until the walls themselves became a courtroom and we the condemned. And in that moment, I realized the truth. The hive did not enforce law because law mattered. It enforced law because law was obedience, and obedience was fuel. Every step we ran was already written in its book. Every breath we took already weighed and measured. Every judgment already delivered. And still the Arbites marched. Because justice in Hive Morbus was never about order. It was about service. And in this hive, even law served the dead. We had seen men broken. We had seen comrades drowned. We had seen Arbites march again with rust where blood once belonged. But nothing prepared us for the moment Hive Morbus decided to consume our last authority. The commissar was not with us when the Arbites drove us into the narrow tunnels, but command had scattered its officers across the hive like candles against the dark, and fate brought us stumbling into his patrol by accident, or perhaps by design, because in this place coincidence was another word for obedience. He stood in the center of a ruined hab block, his cap unbowed, his greatcoat immaculate despite the soot that coated the air. A circle of guardsmen surrounded him, fewer than ours, gaunt from days without rations, their armor scorched, their eyes hollow. But when they saw us, they straightened, and when they saw him, they steadied, because a commissar's presence was enough to make broken men remember the shape of discipline. He turned as we entered, his bolt pistol drawn, his gaze sharp as iron, his voice carrying authority even here, even now. "You will hold this ground," he declared, his words slicing through the echo of Arbites' cadence still rattling in the vents. "You will not falter, you will not flee. The Emperor watches." It should have steadied me, it should have lit fire in my veins. But instead, I felt only dread, because his words did not silence the hive. They fed it. The Arbites came first, shields hammering steel, mauls sparking with fields too faint to see but strong enough to shatter bone with every swing. They marched into the hab block like judges entering court, their visors cracked, their jaws locked, their cadence unbroken. The commissar raised his pistol, firing bolt after bolt, each shot bursting dead into fragments of smoke and bone. Each command shouted louder than the last. The guardsmen roared with him, lass-fire lancing through the dark, bayonets stabbing, discipline returning for one impossible heartbeat. For a moment it worked. The Arbites fell, shields shattered, visors cracked, rusted armor splitting beneath fire and fury. The commissar's words held us steady, his voice louder than the hive, his defiance a shield stronger than steel. But the hive does not fight, it waits, it consumes. And when the last Arbites fell, the second verdict came. The walls shook, dust raining from the ceiling, vents bursting open with steam that stank of meat. Through the haze the dead arrived, not Arbites, not workers, not drowned. These were guardsmen, our guardsmen, men we had lost hours ago, men we had seen fall, men we had left behind. They marched into the hab block in perfect step, laser guns clutched in hands blackened by fire, armor melted but intact, eyes pale but aware, and at their head walked Hadrian. His lips still moved in prayer, though the words were no longer his. The commissar froze for the briefest moment, his pistol lowering, his jaw tightening as recognition cut through defiance. Then he roared, louder than before, his pistol blazing, his orders cracking the air like thunder. "Stand! Fire! Burn them back to ash!" We obeyed, because to disobey a commissar was to die, and because in that moment it still felt like survival. The dead fell beneath lass-fire, their bodies burning, their armor cracking, their prayers twisting into screams. But they rose again, holes seared through their chests, jaws twitching, hands steady. Each shot slowed them, each shot maimed them, but nothing silenced them. They advanced through fire, through smoke, through orders. And when they reached the commissar, they did not hesitate. Hadrian struck first, his hands closing around the commissar's throat, his lips still praying, his eyes glowing faintly. The bolt pistol fired once, twice, exploding skulls inches away, but the grip did not falter. The other dead swarmed him, their hands clawing, their jaws twitching, their weight dragging him to the ground. He did not scream. He roared orders even as they tore him apart, his voice shaking the hab block, his words splintering into static as blood poured from his throat. And then he was gone. The dead withdrew as quickly as they had come, dragging his body with them, vanishing into the smoke, leaving only silence. We stood in the ruins of discipline, our rifles shaking, our orders gone, our authority consumed. Vane said nothing, none of us said anything, because every man there knew the truth. When the hive chose to consume authority, nothing was left for soldiers but obedience to the dark. Hours later, he returned. We had retreated into a maintenance gallery, our breaths ragged, our nerves shattered, when the footsteps came again, sharp, deliberate, unbroken. We raised weapons, ready for Arbites, ready for drowned, ready for prayers. But it was him, the commissar, his greatcoat immaculate, his cap unbowed, his bolt pistol steady, his eyes pale, his voice is perfect. "You will hold this ground," he said, his words slicing through the silence, his orders unbroken, his tone unchanged. But his throat still dripped blood, each word spilling more, each command wet with rot, each syllable feeding the hive with every breath. We obeyed anyway, because even in death, authority was stronger than defiance, and in Hive Morbus, even commissars still served. The hive no longer whispered. It no longer tested us with echoes, no longer taunted us with shadows or drowned sermons in the aqueducts. Now it spoke openly, not in words but in spectacle, showing us what it had hidden behind chambers and barricades, what it had been building from every corpse, every voice, every chain. We had thought we had seen its strength in Arbites patrols, in corpse engines, in drowned lore and recycled flesh. But those were fragments, splinters, warnings. The procession was the truth. We emerged into a gallery that opened onto the hive's central thoroughfare, a causeway so vast it could have marched regiments without end, its walls lined with statues corroded into faceless pillars, its ceiling lost in smoke and chains. The floor trembled faintly beneath our boots, the tremor of thousands of footsteps striking steel in perfect cadence, a rhythm that shook marrow and made my heart stumble into its beat. The sound came first, a tide of boots, endless, patient, steady. Then the figures emerged from the smoke. They marched in ranks, file upon file, endless columns stretching back into haze, their forms swallowed and replaced by more as far as sight reached. Workers in tattered uniforms, their flesh grey, their tools still clutched in ruined hands. Arbites with shields cracked, mauls sparking, visors fractured but eyes glowing faintly within. Guardsmen in rusted armor, laser guns steady, their jaws twitching faintly as though still repeating orders in silence. Civilians in rags, children among them, their small feet striking stone in the same cadence, their heads bowed, their mouths moving in silent prayer. And behind them came the machines, engines taller than hab blocks, their frames built from twisted iron and bone, their boilers glowing faintly with pulsing flesh. Each one dragged chains that stretched backward into the columns, binding the marchers together, pulling them forward like beads threaded on a single wire. Their chimneys exhaled smoke shaped faintly like faces, each plume whispering faint prayers before fading into ash. The machines did not lead the procession. They were part of it, no more free than the corpses they pulled, each one enslaved to the rhythm of the hive. We stood frozen in the gallery, our lamps swallowed by the haze, our hearts hammering in rhythm with boots that never faltered. The procession passed below us, rank upon rank, silent and unbroken, their faces blank yet aware, their eyes pale yet focused, their march patient yet inevitable. I realized then that Hive Morbus did not fight for territory, did not defend itself out of desperation, did not raise its dead to hold a single barricade. It marched because marching was its purpose. The hive itself was a weapon, and this was its army. The commissar was among them, not at the front, not at the rear, but buried in the middle of the column, his cap unbowed, his pistol steady, his voice silent, but his lips moving in endless orders. His greatcoat flapped faintly in the rhythm of the march, his boots striking in perfect time, his eyes pale but fixed ahead. He did not glance at us, he did not falter, he did not command. He simply marched, consumed and returned, authority itself bound into the cadence of Hive Morbus. Hadrian was there too, his prayers spilling silently from his lips, his face serene, his eyes glowing faintly with pale light. Garrick followed beside him, his curses twisted into mock hymns, his hands steady on a laser gun that no longer fired. Marek marched at their flank, his chest still crushed, his helmet still caved, his teeth bared in a grin that had become devotion. Every comrade we had lost was there, every voice we had buried was there, every man we had abandoned was there. None had fallen, all had returned. Vane's jaw clenched, his pistol trembling in his hand, his eyes burning with a fury that would have shattered steel on any sane world. But here, in Hive Morbus, even fury served no purpose. He did not fire, none of us did, because no volley of las bolts could break this procession, no wall of fire could halt it, no barricade could turn it. The dead would march until the Hive commanded otherwise, and nothing in the Imperium could unwrite that command. The machines groaned as they passed, their chains dragging sparks across the floor, their boilers pulsing with light that throbbed like hearts. Through the smoke, I saw faces pressed against their iron, bodies wired into their frames, jaws twitching, eyes glowing faintly. They were not engines, they were prisoners. The Hive had built machines from its people, binding them into endless service. Their flesh burned for fuel, their voices silenced into rhythm. Every hiss of steam was a prayer, every pulse of the boiler a hymn, every chain another verse in the Hive's endless liturgy. Hours passed, though time meant nothing here, and still the procession continued. Ranks upon ranks, columns without end, machines without number, corpses without mercy. We stood above them, silent, breathless, knowing that if they chose to turn, if they chose to climb, if the Hive so commanded, we would be swallowed into the column without a fight. And perhaps deep inside, part of me wished it, because the procession was endless, and we were so few, and the truth pressed heavier than our rifles. Resistance was not survival. Resistance was only delay. The last of the ranks disappeared into the haze, their boots fading into echoes, their chains dragging sparks until the silence of the thoroughfare returned. But the silence was heavier than any sound, because I knew the truth. The procession had not ended. It had only passed us by. The dead still marched endlessly, upward toward the Hive spire, upward toward the heart, upward toward a purpose too vast for living men to endure. And in that silence, Vane finally spoke, his voice raw, his words hoarse, his gaze fixed on the haze where the column had vanished. "This is not a hive," he whispered. "This is an army, and it has not yet been told where to march." The procession had passed, its cadence still rattling in our ribs, its boots still pounding in our skulls, even after silence reclaimed the causeway. We staggered away from the gallery, our rifles heavy, our lungs scorched, our thoughts broken, and for the first time since the descent, I felt something worse than fear, inevitability. If Hive Morbus could raise the dead in endless columns, if it could consume law, voice, and flesh, then all resistance was only time borrowed against an interest rate written in blood. We climbed through side passages, broken stairs that groaned under our weight, doors rusted half shut, corridors slick with condensation that smelled faintly of incense gone sour. At first, the odor was only cloying, heavy in the throat, but the higher we climbed, the thicker it became, until the air itself burned like smoke from censers too long left untended. Vane slowed us with a raised hand, his eyes narrowing, his nostrils flaring like a hound catching a trail he would rather ignore. The corridor ahead glowed faintly, not with lumen strips, not with torches, but with a pale light that pulsed in rhythm with breath. The chapel revealed itself in pieces. First came the sound, chanting, low, guttural, layered with dozens of voices, each syllable dragging like chains pulled across stone. Then the sight, an archway of ribs fused into stone, their marrow glowing faintly like coals, their teeth still embedded at the edges like decorations. Finally the air, hot, wet, thick with the stench of incense that smelled of marrow burned to powder, of oil boiled with flesh, of prayers written in blood instead of ink. We entered, not by choice, but because retreat was no longer possible. The chamber opened into a nave vast enough to house manufactorums, its ceiling lost in shadow, its walls lined with skulls mortared into place. Some were old, their bone yellowed, their sockets empty. Others were fresh, their flesh still clinging, their jaws twitching faintly, their eyes rolling in sockets they no longer commanded. Every wall was a reliquary, every surface an altar, every inch of stone fed by death. At the center stood a great shrine, its base carved from femurs stacked like bricks, its pillars made from spines wired together, its altar a slab of rib cages fused into a table that pulsed faintly as though lungs still tried to breathe. Upon it rested relics, not weapons, not banners, skulls, dozens of them, arranged in patterns, their jaws still moving, their tongues still twitching, their teeth still grinding, as if the prayers had not stopped with death. Each skull was wired into a vox unit, their sockets filled with cables, their voices amplified into a chant that filled the chamber with static-laden prayer. Pilgrims knelt before the altar, their bodies gaunt, their robes patched with filth, their hands bloody from offerings torn from their own flesh. They whispered in rhythm with the skulls, their lips cracked, their throats raw, their eyes wide with rapture. Each time the skulls bit a phrase, the pilgrims echoed, swaying as if struck by unseen blows, their voices layering into the static until the air itself hummed with faith. One raised his head as we entered. His face was streaked with blood, his lips cracked into a smile, his teeth black with soot. "Come," he whispered hoarsely, his voice shaking with devotion. "Come and pray." The others turned too, their eyes pale, their smiles stretching, their hands rising, beckoning us forward. They did not move to seize us, they did not shout. They simply beckoned, confident that we would kneel of our own accord. Vane raised his pistol, his voice breaking in a roar sharper than steel. "Stay back!" The pilgrims did not flinch. They only smiled wider, their hands spreading in welcome, their lips twitching in whispers. The skulls atop the altar chattered faster, their jaws clacking, their tongues twitching, their sockets glowing faintly with pale fire. The vox units crackled louder, their static filling the chamber with syllables that pierced thought and burrowed into bone. Kneel, pray, serve. The words pressed heavier than bullets, heavier than chains, heavier than silence. I felt my knees weaken, my throat tighten, my lips tremble with words I had not chosen. The pilgrims swayed in rhythm, their whispers louder, their prayers sharper, their blood dripping freely from wounds carved into their own skin. They were not worshippers, they were fuel. Each prayer fed the skulls, each skull fed the hive, and the hive fed on faith as easily as flesh. The altar bulged suddenly, the rib cages cracking, the lungs beneath inflating with wet gasps. From its surface rose a figure, built from bones wired together, its skull crowned with iron, its jaws twitching with every voice in the chamber. It towered above the pilgrims, its body swaying with the rhythm of the chant, its sockets glowing faintly like stars reflected in blood. It opened its mouth and spoke. Not one voice, hundreds, all layered, all distorted, all familiar. Voices of comrades, of enemies, of Arbites, of drowned, of priests, of commissars, all bound into one word: pray. The pilgrims collapsed as one, their foreheads striking stone, their voices shrieking louder, their blood pouring faster, their devotion spilling into the hive. The skulls chattered, their teeth cracking, their tongues shriveling, their sockets burning, their static boiling into screams. The bone figure raised its arms, chains rattling from its elbows, rib cages swinging like censers, and the chant reached a pitch that made my ears bleed. We fired, not because orders demanded it, not because hope promised it, because silence was no longer possible, and only fire could drown the noise. Lasbolts lanced into the figure, burning holes through spines, shattering ribs, cracking skulls. Pilgrims shrieked, collapsing into fire, their robes igniting, their blood boiling, their prayers twisting into laughter even as they died. The altar screamed as the bone figure shattered, its rib cages collapsing, its lungs deflating, its skull crown bursting into fragments. But the voices did not die. They rose louder, heavier, more desperate, spilling from the walls, from the skulls, from the pilgrims still burning. The hive had consumed their prayers, and it would not let them go. We fled through the side passage, smoke thick in our lungs, blood dripping from our ears, the sound of prayers still echoing in the stone. And as the chapel burned behind us, I realized the truth. Faith itself had been weaponized. The Emperor had no altar here, only Hive Morbus. The chapel burned behind us, though its voices did not die with flame. They clung to the stone, they lingered in the vents, they followed in the marrow of our ears, whispering still of prayer and obedience. We staggered upward through broken stairwells, the walls groaning as if resentful of our passage, the air growing hotter, drier, heavy with the stink of oil that was not oil, smoke that was not smoke. For the first time since the descent, I heard not voices, not chains, not hymns, but engines. At first it steadied me. The engines were familiar. Engines meant manufactorums, foundries, pumps, machines that could be broken with melter or bolter if the Emperor willed it. But as the hum grew louder, my steadiness cracked, because no engine should sound like that. No engine should breathe. The pistons groaned in rhythm with lungs. The gears clicked like teeth grinding. The turbines shrieked like voices drowned in iron. It was not the sound of industry. It was the sound of bodies pretending to be machines. We reached a gantry overlooking the hive's heart, and there we saw it. The chamber spread wider than cathedrals, taller than spires, deeper than any trench. Pipes as thick as streets ran along the walls, disappearing into darkness, dripping condensation that smelled of blood. Cables thicker than tanks snaked downward, pulsing faintly with rhythm like arteries. And at the chamber's center rose the engines, not steel, not iron, but flesh. They were vast, titanic constructs, each one built from hundreds of corpses, their spines wired into frames, their rib cages fused into boilers, their skulls threaded with vox cables that hissed prayers in static. Their lungs were bellows, inflating and deflating with groans that shook the gantry. Their hearts were pumps, black and swollen, pushing thick fluid through pipes that fed the hive above. Their limbs, stripped of flesh, had been reshaped into pistons that slammed downward with rhythm that made the whole chamber quake. And they lived. Every face twitched, every jaw moved, every throat hummed faint prayers, broken hymns, distorted screams, static-filled orders. Some moaned, some laughed. Some prayed still to the Emperor, though their words fed the hive, not him. The Mechanicus had not built engines. They had built reliquaries. They had bound faith, voice, flesh, and law into machines that could never stop. Servitors moved among them, their own bodies stripped, their augmetics glowing faintly, their faces pale and blank. But these were not the mindless drones we had seen in other wars. These servitors wept as they worked, tears streaking their cheeks, even as their hands grafted new corpses into the engines, even as they wired fresh skulls into vox cables, even as they oiled gears with blood drawn from their own veins. They prayed as they worked, their voices shaking, their words trembling, their obedience absolute. Vane gripped the railing so tightly his knuckles bled, his jaw clenched until I feared his teeth would crack. "This is not the Omnissiah's work," he whispered, his voice hoarse, his words shaking. "This is heresy." But even as he spoke, I knew the truth. The Mechanicus had sanctioned this. Perhaps not openly, perhaps not widely, but somewhere, in some archive, a red stamp had marked Hive Morbus efficient. and efficiency was worship enough. The engines groaned louder, their voices layering, their pistons slamming, their hearts pumping until the gantry shook beneath us. Through the din I heard words, distorted but clear, carried through vox cables and whispered through gears. We serve, we serve, we serve. The voices were not only those of the dead, they were the voices of the living too. Servitors, guardsmen, Arbites, pilgrims, commissars, all bound into the hive's rhythm, all reduced to a single truth. Service is endless. We watched in horror as a fresh body was dragged onto the floor by two servitors, its eyes wide, its mouth screaming, its limbs thrashing. They did not kill him, they wired him. Cables driven through his skull, pipes inserted into his chest, ribs cracked open, lungs removed and bound into a boiler, heart stitched into a pump. His screams joined the rhythm. His breath became steam. His blood became fuel. He did not die. He served. The others dragged another body and another and another. Civilians, guardsmen, pilgrims, none spared, none released. All fed into the machines, all consumed by Hive Morbus. The hive was not powered by industry. It was powered by service. And service never ended. The truth struck heavier than any Arbites maul, heavier than any drowned sermon, heavier than any commissar's order. We had not been sent here to fight. We had been sent here to feed. Every guardsman who marched into Hive Morbus, every commissar, every pilgrim, every Arbite, every worker, all would become part of this machine, and the machine would march until commanded otherwise. Vane turned from the railing, his face pale, his eyes hollow, his voice trembling. "This is the truth," he rasped. "This hive is not alive, it is not dead, it is fed, it is feeding, and when it has consumed us, it will march." The engines groaned behind us, their pistons still slamming, their lungs still breathing, their hearts still pumping, their voices still repeating the hive's endless liturgy. We staggered away from the gantry, our boots leaving prints in blood that had not dried, our ears ringing with the chant of "We serve, we serve, we serve." No order could silence it, no fire could drown it, no defiance could erase it. It was the truth of Hive Morbus carved into marrow and iron alike. The passages beyond sloped upward, curving in impossible ways, bending like intestines, lined with ribs of stone and bone that fused together until I could not tell where the hive ended and the bodies began. Chains dangled from the ceiling like vines, some broken, some still heavy with the weight of skulls wired into place, their jaws twitching, their sockets glowing faintly. Each one whispered as we passed, their voices faint and layered, all repeating the same two words again and again. The Saint. We emerged into a hall unlike any other in the hive. No soot stained its walls, no rust streaked its floor, no ash clung to its arches. Instead, it shone faintly, lit not by lumen strips, but by pale fire trapped in glass jars, their flames unmoving, frozen, as if caught between moments. The air was heavy with incense, sweeter than before, almost pleasant, until the sweetness grew cloying, choking, smothering. It was the smell of rot hidden beneath perfume, of death disguised as divinity. At the far end stood a throne, not of gold, not of marble, not of stone, but of bone. Hundreds of femurs stacked into pillars, hundreds of spines twisted into arches, hundreds of skulls wired into armrests, each one twitching faintly as if still alive. Chains draped across it like banners, their links inscribed with litanies etched in blood that had not dried. And upon that throne sat the saint. At first, I thought him a statue. His armor gleamed faintly, its ceramite still bearing the marks of campaigns long past, its pauldrons still etched with the sigils of victory. A great cloak of crimson hung from his shoulders, though it was tattered, though it was stained with ash, though it still dripped faintly with something darker than blood. His face was pale, almost serene, framed by a halo of iron that had rusted into jagged spikes. His eyes were closed, his lips still, his hands resting on the pommel of a sword taller than any man. But the throne pulsed beneath him, the chains rattled faintly, the skulls whispered softly, and I knew he was no statue. His eyes opened. They glowed faintly, not with fire, not with light, but with pale hunger, the same glow we had seen in Arbites, in guardsmen, in pilgrims, in commissars. But his glow was stronger, sharper, heavier, a flame that did not burn but consumed. When his lips parted, the hall shook. Welcome. The word was layered with dozens of voices, hundreds of voices, thousands of voices, men, women, children, Arbites, guardsmen, commissars, priests. Voices we had heard in aqueducts, in chapels, in processions, in barracks, all bound into one, all his. Vane stepped forward, his pistol steady, his jaw clenched, his eyes burning with fury that cracked his voice into steel. "Who are you?" he demanded, though I knew he already knew. The figure smiled faintly, his lips twitching into a curve that carried neither warmth nor cruelty, only inevitability. "I was a saint," he said. "I was the Emperor's blade, the Emperor's voice, the Emperor's will. I won wars in his name. I bled on worlds that no longer exist. I was sung in hymns that no longer echo. I was raised as a relic, worshipped as a savior, sanctified as proof that faith endures." His smile widened, his eyes glowing brighter, his voice growing heavier until the chains themselves rattled in rhythm with his words. "And when I died, they buried me here, and here I rose, not for the Emperor, not for faith, but for service." The skulls wired into the throne screamed in unison, their jaws clattering, their eyes rolling, their tongues twitching until blood dripped from their sockets. The chains groaned, their links stretching, their inscriptions burning brighter, their litanies echoing louder. The throne pulsed, its bones cracking, its spines twisting, its skulls grinding, as if the entire structure breathed with him. "I am the dead saint," he said, "and this hive is mine." The pilgrims in the hall collapsed to their knees, their foreheads striking stone, their voices shrieking louder than any hymn, their blood spilling onto the floor until rivers snaked toward the throne. The skulls drank it, their jaws twitching, their sockets glowing brighter, their whispers growing louder. The saint raised his sword slowly, its blade dripping faintly, though it had not yet moved, though no strike had yet fallen. The very air bent with its weight, the incense shaking, the chains swaying, the hall trembling. Vane roared then, his pistol blazing, his las bolts cracking across the throne, his voice louder than prayer, louder than hymn, louder than faith. The bolt struck the saint's armor, sparks bursting, ceramite cracking, smoke rising. But the saint did not fall. He did not even flinch. He only smiled wider, his eyes burning brighter, his voice shaking the hall. "You serve." The pilgrims screamed louder, their blood spilling faster, their foreheads striking stone again and again until their skulls split. The chains rattled harder, their inscriptions glowing brighter, their links splitting into sparks. The skulls screamed higher, their voices layering until my ears bled. The throne shook, the hall shook, the hive itself shook. And in that moment, I understood the truth. Hive Morbus was not commanded by the Mechanicus. It was not sustained by faith alone. It was not even controlled by the hive's dead. It was ruled by him, the saint who would not die, the saint who rose not for the emperor but for service, the dead saint. The dead saint's throne still burned in my vision, his pale eyes glowing brighter than fire, his voice still echoing in my bones long after we staggered from the hall of bone. We did not speak, not because discipline commanded silence, but because the truth had left no words worth saying, only the slow collapse of faith, the sound of boots dragging through ash, and the taste of incense that would never leave our tongues. But the hive was not silent. It spoke in chains, in whispers, in the hum of corpse engines, and now it spoke in shouts, human shouts. We followed them upward, through passages wide enough for markets, past walls blackened with smoke and vents that exhaled steam like sighs. The voices grew louder, harsher, layered not with prayer but with curses, not with obedience but with fury. For the first time since our descent, I heard words that belonged to the living. The revolt had gathered in a square half collapsed, its roof shattered, its walls cracked, its floor layered with rubble. Civilians huddled together, their eyes hollow but burning with desperation, their hands clutching pipes, knives, chains, any weapon stolen from refuse. Guardsmen stood among them, gaunt and ragged, laser guns scavenged, bayonets bloodied, their armor streaked with ash. Even Arbites were there, stripped of shields, stripped of law, their mauls shattered but still heavy enough to kill when swung with rage. At their center stood a preacher, his robes torn, his voice hoarse, his hands bloody from raising them too often. He shouted of the emperor, of rebellion, of the right to live, of the right to resist. His voice cracked, his words stuttered, but his defiance was enough to steady the mob. They shouted with him, their curses echoing, their fury shaking the cracked walls, their weapons raised like banners. When they saw us, their shouts grew louder. Guardsmen among them saluted faintly, their eyes widening at our uniforms, their lips trembling with hope. Civilians reached for us, begging, pleading, demanding. They believed we had come to lead them. They believed reinforcements had arrived. They believed resistance still meant survival. Vane's jaw clenched, his eyes burning, his pistol trembling in his hand. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he stepped forward, his voice raw but steady, his words sharp as orders. You fight with us, or you die with them. The Hive does not spare. The Hive does not forgive. The Hive does not forget. The mob roared in answer, their voices shaking the cracked ceiling, their fury rising like fire. We marched together then, guardsmen and civilians, Arbites and pilgrims, all bound not by faith but by desperation, all clinging to the last illusion of choice. We poured through the corridors, weapons raised, voices roaring, our footsteps thundering as if to challenge the endless cadence of the Hive's dead. We struck first. The barricades we built from rubble, the fires we lit from fuel stolen from corpse engines, the volleys of las fire that tore into shadows. For a heartbeat, it felt like war again. We cut down the first ranks of dead, their jaws twitching, their eyes glowing, their boots striking steel. We burned Arbites where they stood, their shields melting, their mauls cracking, their visors shattering in showers of sparks. We dragged workers into fire, their chains snapping, their bodies crumbling into ash. For a moment we won, but Hive Morbus does not lose. It waits, it watches, it learns, and then it consumes. The walls shook first, dust raining from the cracked ceiling, vents bursting open with screams that belonged to no throat we could see. The dead poured from every passage, ranks upon ranks, Arbites at their front, guardsmen at their flanks, civilians at their rear. Their eyes glowed pale, their jaws twitched faintly, their boots struck in cadence that rattled our bones, and behind them came the machines, engines taller than walls, their boilers glowing faintly, their chains dragging sparks, their lungs exhaling steam shaped faintly like prayers. They advanced without pause, without hesitation, without mercy, their frames built from spines, their boilers fed by lungs, their pumps driven by hearts. Their faces twitched as they moved, their jaws clattered faintly, their eyes rolled in sockets they no longer owned. The Hive had sent its army. The revolt met them with fire and steel, with curses and shouts, with fury and desperation. Civilians swung pipes until their arms broke. Arbites slammed shattered mauls into rusted armor. Guardsmen fired until their rifles overheated and burst. The square burned, the walls shook, the floor cracked beneath the weight of corpses and fire. But the dead did not falter, they marched through flame. They marched through smoke. They marched through screams, their cadence unbroken, their silence unbroken, their service unbroken. The preacher screamed louder than all of us, his hands raised, his voice shrieking of the emperor, his throat tearing with every prayer. The skulls in the walls answered him, their jaws twitching, their sockets glowing, their whispers layering over his words until his voice was drowned in theirs. He collapsed, his robes burning, his blood spilling, his prayers twisting into laughter as the hive consumed him too. The barricades fell, the fires died, the weapons broke, the revolt collapsed. Men and women screamed, their voices swallowed, their throats crushed, their bodies dragged into machines, their bones wired into frames, their lungs bound into boilers. Children fell, their cries brief, their eyes glowing faintly as chains bound their wrists. The dead rose again, their cadence unbroken, their ranks swelling with the fallen. Vane roared orders, his pistol blazing, his knife hacking, his voice louder than fire, louder than prayer, louder than death. We fought beside him, our rifles burning, our hands bleeding, our voices raw. But even as we fought, even as we killed, even as we burned, we knew the truth. The revolt was not a victory. The revolt was fuel. The hive had not feared it. The hive had planned it. Every shout, every strike, every prayer, every shot, all of it had fed Hive Morbus. And in the end, even rebellion served. The square of the revolt was ash when we left it, though left is a word too generous for what happened. We did not retreat, we were herded, we did not escape, we were permitted. We staggered, coughing, blood in our throats, our rifles empty, our eyes stinging from fire that had burned everything except the dead. Behind us, the chants of the corpses faded into silence, not because they had ceased, but because Hive Morbus no longer needed us to hear them. It had other lessons waiting. We limped through corridors lined with cracked murals, saints painted in ash, victories carved in soot, heroes etched into walls long since blackened. Their faces stared down at us, hollow-eyed, their paint blistered and peeling, their hands raised in benedictions that looked more like accusations. Every step echoed too loudly, as if the stone beneath us were thinner than it should have been, as if it were listening. Vane raised his hand suddenly, halting us. The corridor ahead was wrong. Its walls pulsed faintly, their cracks widening and closing like lips whispering soundless prayers, their rivets gleaming wetly as if slick with sweat. I heard it before I saw it, the sound of breath, drawn in slow and heavy, exhaled with patience and hunger. The hive itself inhaled. We advanced anyway. What else could we do? Our boots sank faintly into stone that should have been solid but gave slightly, like flesh resisting a knife. Every step left an imprint that closed behind us with a soft, wet sigh, as though the hive was swallowing our tracks, erasing evidence of our existence. The walls wept, thin rivulets of blood running from cracks, staining our hands when we brushed against them, hot and sticky, still pulsing faintly with life. A door ahead loomed, its frame jagged, its edges warped. We reached it together, forcing it open with rifles as levers, the hinges shrieking like wounded animals. The chamber beyond was vast, wider than manufactorum bays, its ceiling low, its walls quivering faintly as if breathing. And then the walls shifted. The sound was like stone breaking, but wetter, cracks echoing like bones splitting, plates grinding like teeth gnashing. The corridor behind us sealed instantly, the stone folding inward, the rivets bending, the air choking with dust and blood. The only way was forward. We ran, boots striking stone that trembled beneath us, walls narrowing as if trying to crush us, chains falling from ceilings like lashes, sparks raining from vents that hissed like serpents. The ceiling dropped suddenly, beams snapping, panels folding inward like jaws trying to bite. A trooper screamed as a slab slammed down, pinning him waist-deep, his body convulsing as blood fountained from his mouth. We tried to pull him free, but the slab pulsed. closing tighter, ribs snapping one by one, his screams swallowed into silence as the hive drank. The floor cracked next, splitting open into gaps that bled. Thick, dark fluid poured upward, stinking of oil and marrow, bubbling with heat. From it rose hands, pale, skeletal, twitching, gripping, seizing boots and ankles, dragging men downward into the cracks. We hacked at them with knives, lass fire scorching them into ash. But for every hand burned away, another rose, another seized, another pulled. 2 men vanished whole, their shrieks cut short as the cracks closed, leaving only dark stains where their bodies had been. The hive shook harder, its walls grinding, its ceiling pulsing, its floor heaving. The murals of saints split open, their painted faces cracking, their mouths stretching into gaping wounds that screamed in voices too high to be human. Blood poured from their eyes, their hands reaching outward from the walls, their fingers sharp as blades, slicing at armor, tearing flesh. We fired wildly, bolts scorching paint and bone alike, but the saints did not burn. They laughed, their voices layered into a choir of agony. We pressed forward, stumbling into a stairwell that twisted upward like a spine bent too far. The steps shifted beneath us, rising and falling like ribs, throwing us off balance, trying to fling us back into the pulsing chamber. Vane roared for speed, his pistol blazing, his voice raw with fury. We climbed, lungs burning, legs trembling, until we burst into another chamber, only to find it no safer. Here the walls were covered in faces, hundreds of them, some carved, some molded, some real, their flesh stretched thin, their eyes rolling in sockets, their mouths twitching in silent screams. Each one followed us, their lips moving faintly, whispering our names: Marek, Garrick, Hadrian, the commissar, even mine. Each name spoken with hunger, each syllable drawn out like a tongue-licking bone. We fired at them, bolts tearing into faces, but every wound only bled more, only screamed louder, only whispered hungrier. The hive was not defending itself. It was hunting. It shifted its walls. It sealed our paths. It bled its own blood. It screamed our own names. Every part of it was alive. Every part of it was weapon. Every part of it was service. We were not fighting an enemy. We were walking inside one. At last, we staggered into another gallery, its walls shaking, its floor trembling, its ceiling dripping blood. The corridor behind sealed instantly, stone folding like jaws, trapping us in. And then the hive spoke, not through voices, not through Arbites, not through drowned sermons or skulls. Through itself, the walls quivered, the floor pulsed, the ceiling groaned, and the words came from everywhere at once. You are inside me. You will not leave. You will serve. The blood rose higher, flooding the floor, soaking our boots, staining our armor, climbing inch by inch with every word. The faces in the walls screamed louder, their mouths stretching wider, their eyes rolling harder. The ceiling dropped, beams snapping, chains falling, sparks raining. The hive itself was collapsing, not to die, but to consume. And as we raised rifles, as we roared defiance, as we fought against walls that bled, and ceilings that fell, and floors that dragged, I realized the truth. Hive Morbus was no city. It was a body, and we were already inside its stomach. The walls had already closed behind us, ceilings stone like jaws, folding corridors into scars that erased every path we had used to reach this place. We had thought ourselves soldiers still, armed and resisting, but the truth had settled heavier than laser guns or armor. We were prey wandering a body that had already chosen where to digest us. The blood on the floor rose to our knees, thick and hot, pulsing in rhythm with the engines below. It carried fragments of faces, ribs, tongues, teeth, drifting upward in swirls before dissolving like fat in boiling broth. Every step was harder than the last, every boot dragging as if hands gripped from below, pulling us deeper into the flood. Then the tide shifted, the blood drained forward, sucked down a slope we had not seen. dragging us with it. The floor tilted, the walls narrowed, the ceiling dripped faster. We slid, screaming, clawing at slick stone, weapons tearing sparks against walls too wet to grip, our bodies dragged forward into the maw of the hive. The chamber we spilled into was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow, its floor a pool of blood stirred by machinery that churned like organs. Engines lined the walls, their frames built from ribs, their gears made of spines, their pistons driven by femurs. Each one groaned as it worked, its rhythm sickeningly steady, its breath rising and falling like bellows, inflating and deflating in time with screams. Conveyor tracks ran through the chamber, chains clattering, hooks swinging. Bodies hung from them, not corpses, not yet. Living men and women, guardsmen and civilians, their limbs bound in chains, their eyes wide, their mouths gagged by tubes pumping liquid that silenced their screams. They thrashed weakly, but the chains held, dragging them forward toward furnaces that glowed red, toward vats that bubbled thick and dark, toward machines that waited with blades already slick. Servitors worked the lines, their hands dripping with blood, their augmetics whining, their faces blank. But they wept as they worked, their tears streaking through grime, their voices whispering prayers as they drove hooks deeper, as they forced bodies into gears, as they fed the living into the engines. Every prayer fed the hive, every tear fed the hive, every body fed the hive. We screamed orders, we fired wildly, las bolts cracking through chains, cutting bodies free, sparks bursting across ribs and gears. A few fell, crashing into pools of blood, thrashing desperately, crawling toward us. We dragged them up, our hands slipping, our boots sinking, our lungs choking on heat and stench. But for everyone we freed, a dozen more were dragged past, their eyes wide, their screams muffled, their bodies claimed. I saw a child among them. Her eyes were pale, her lips trembling, her body frail and thin. The chain dragged her toward a vat that bubbled with liquid blacker than void. We fired, bolts striking the hook, sparks bursting, the chain snapping. She fell into the blood, thrashing weakly, reaching toward us. But the pool itself opened, hands rising, jaws twitching, chains coiling, dragging her downward, swallowing her whole before we could reach her. The machines roared louder, their pistons slamming, their boilers exhaling, their gears grinding. From the furnaces poured ash, funneled into bricks that fell into bins. From the vats poured slurry, thick and foul, funneled into pipes. From the conveyor spilled corpses, burned and broken, their skulls twitching, their jaws moving. And from the far end, the ranks marched out. Guardsmen in rusted armor, Arbites with cracked shields, civilians in rags, all pale-eyed, all silent, all marching. The very bodies we had seen dragged into machines now returned, their wounds sealed with rust, their lungs pumping smoke, their eyes glowing faintly. They took rifles still slick with blood. They raised shields still dripping with marrow. And they marched, joining the endless procession, swelling the ranks of Hive Morbus. We fought to cut them down, firing until barrels glowed, until packs whined empty, until rifles hissed smoke. But every corpse burned was replaced by another. Every rank shattered was replaced by two more. Every scream silenced was swallowed into the chorus. The hive did not lose resources. It recycled them. It recycled everything. One of our troopers, Dyrick, I remember his name only because it was the last time it mattered, was seized by chains that fell from the ceiling, hooks piercing his shoulders, dragging him upward. We fired, bolts snapping the chain, sparks bursting, his body falling. But the wall opened beneath him, jaws of stone lined with teeth of rebar, and it swallowed him whole, his scream echoing once before cutting short. A moment later, he returned, marching with the others, eyes pale, lips twitching, rifle steady. Veins raw shook the chamber, his pistol blazing, his knife hacking, his voice cracking with fury. But fury could not burn chains. Fury could not silence engines. Fury could not stop the hive. He struck one of the servitors down, his blade tearing its throat open, its augmetics sparking. The servitor fell, its blood mixing with oil, its voice whispering a final prayer. And then the machine behind it absorbed the body, wiring its skull into place, grafting its arms into gears, binding it forever into service. The truth pressed heavier than heat, heavier than chains, heavier than silence. We were not fighting to survive. We were fighting to delay our turn on the line. Every scream proved it. Every rank of corpses proved it. Every machine proved it. The hive was devouring the living, and when it finished, it would devour us too. And as we stumbled back into side passages, our rifles empty, our hands bloody, our eyes stinging, I heard the words again, layered through gears and chains, through screams and prayers, through the very walls. You live to serve, you die to serve, you serve forever. There comes a point in every campaign when orders no longer matter, when strategy collapses beneath inevitability, when survival is no longer weighed against victory, but against the possibility of dying loudly enough to be remembered. We had reached that point. The hive had shown us everything. The corpse engines that breathed through lungs not their own. The Arbites risen to enforce laws already forgotten. The revolt devoured into fuel. The chapel of bone whispering endless prayer. The dead saint upon his throne of marrow, and the machines that devoured the living only to return them in ranks more disciplined than the living had ever been. We had seen it all, we had survived it all, and still the hive marched. Vane stood before us in the darkness of the maintenance gallery, his face pale with exhaustion, his hands slick with blood, his pistol empty, his knife broken. Yet his eyes still burned, and his voice, though ragged, still carried the weight of command. "We cannot escape," he rasped. "We cannot survive, but we can deny." From his pack he pulled the charges, bricks of melter wrapped in torn prayer sheets, detonators cracked but still alive, promises of fire clutched tighter than faith. He laid them out before us like relics, each one glowing faintly in the dim light, each one humming with the potential to unmake stone and bone alike. "This hive endures because it has not been told to stop," he said. "Then we will tell it, not with prayer, not with law, with fire." No one argued. What words were left to argue with? We were already ghosts. We were already swallowed. But ghosts can still scream, and screams can still echo, and maybe, just maybe, an echo could wound the hive enough to matter. We marched together, fewer than a squad, fewer than a prayer, carrying explosives like candles, weapons empty, hands shaking, breaths ragged. The hive watched us, its walls twitching, its vents hissing, its chains rattling faintly. Faces bulged from the stone as we passed, their mouths stretching, their lips whispering, "You cannot. You will serve. You are already ours." We ignored them. What else could we do? The spire awaited above, the heart of Hive Morbus, the throat through which its processions climbed, the tower that loomed like a fang piercing the sky. We reached it through stairs that bent in circles, through corridors that pulsed, through chambers that bled, until at last we emerged onto a platform so high the hive's breath itself seemed thin. The spire rose above us, impossibly tall, impossibly vast, its surface fused from stone and bone, its ribs glowing faintly with pale light, its veins pulsing with dark fluid, chains wrapped around it like veins, carrying corpses upward in endless processions, their boots striking steel in cadence that rattled the air. At its base, engines groaned louder than thunder, their lungs exhaling smoke into the sky, their jaws grinding prayers into static, their hearts pumping marrow through pipes as thick as towers. We planted the charges where we could, at the base of the engines, along the chains, in the cracks of the spire itself. Every brick hummed faintly, every detonator clicked softly, every prayer sheet stained darker with sweat and blood. It would not be enough. Nothing could be enough, but it was all we had left. The hive did not wait. It came for us with every weapon it owned. The procession poured from the spire, ranks of dead descending, their eyes glowing, their jaws twitching, their rifles steady. Arbites marched at their front, shields raised, mauls sparking, their cadence shaking the platform. Engines groaned behind them, their chains dragging, their lungs exhaling, their boilers glowing. The walls closed, the vents screamed, the faces in the stone shrieked. The hive itself fought. We opened fire with what little we had left. Laser guns cracked until barrels hissed. Grenades thundered until belts were empty. Knives slashed until arms bled. Every shot burned another corpse. Every strike shattered another skull. Every explosion tore another rank apart. But for every one that fell, a dozen more marched. For every Arbite shattered, a dozen more advanced. For every engine damaged, the hive roared louder. Vane stood at the center, his pistol empty, his knife broken, his hands clutching detonators as though they were relics. He roared louder than the hive, his voice cracking, his throat bleeding, his words shaking the air. "For the Emperor!" he screamed, and for a moment it felt like defiance mattered again. The charges ignited, the platform shook, the spire cracked, the engines roared, the chains snapped, the air filled with fire. The blast tore upward, flames licking sky, bones shattering, stones splitting, corpses bursting into ash. The spire shook, its ribs cracking, its veins bursting, its surface bleeding, its voice screaming. The hive itself screamed, louder than Arbites, louder than engines, louder than faith. The blast threw us back, our armor cracking, our bodies burning, our lungs choking on smoke. We fell into rubble, blood spilling, bones snapping, ears ringing. The spire burned above us, its ribs glowing, its veins bursting, its chains snapping, its corpses falling. For a heartbeat, it looked like victory, but Hive Morbus does not fall. The flames dimmed, the cracks closed, the chains rewove, the corpses rose again, the spire endured. We lay broken at its base, our detonators shattered, our charges spent, our weapons gone. The procession marched still, their cadence unbroken, their silence unbroken, their service unbroken. And the dead saint's voice echoed from the throne above, layered with thousands of voices, heavy with inevitability. You cannot unmake service, you can only join it. The smoke had not cleared, but the screams had already stopped. For a heartbeat, we believed silence might mean victory, that fire had done what prayer and defiance could not, that perhaps the hive had finally been wounded deep enough to bleed out. But Hive Morbus does not bleed out. It absorbs. The spire above us glowed red, its ribs cracked, its veins split, its chains twisted into molten knots. Flames licked its sides like the tongues of desperate martyrs, crawling upward with claws of heat, tearing black lines across bone-white surfaces. The air roared with fire, thick with ash, suffocating with smoke. Yet even as it burned, the spire did not fall. It groaned like something waking from slumber, and its cracks began to close. The corpses that had fallen from its chains twitched where they lay, their jaws clicking faintly, their fingers curling in smoke. Their eyes glowed through the ash, pale and steady, their mouths opening to exhale smoke that twisted into prayer. One by one they rose, their limbs charred, their armor cracked, their bodies broken. Yet they stood and they marched, their cadence slower but unbroken. The dead do not rest, the dead do not burn, the dead endure. The engines at the spire's base groaned louder, their boilers glowing brighter, their pistons slamming harder, their lungs exhaling deeper. The blast had torn ribs from frames, shattered gears, cracked skulls, but already servitors moved among them, wiring fresh bodies into place, patching wounds with flesh, feeding ash back into furnaces. The machines did not falter, they only grew louder, heavier, and hungrier. The hive does not starve, it consumes. We staggered to our feet, our armor scorched, our rifles broken, our lungs raw from smoke. Vane still clutched the detonator, its casing cracked, its charge spent, his eyes hollow but burning. He did not speak, not because he lacked words, but because words had nothing left to offer. We had already screamed our loudest. We had already burned our hottest. And still the hive endured. The dead saint's voice carried over the smoke, layered with 1,000 voices, heavy with inevitability. You thought fire would unmake me. You thought defiance would silence me. You thought death would deny me, but service endures. The throne of bone above glowed faintly, its skulls screaming in unison, its chains rattling like laughter. The saint's eyes burned brighter, his sword raised high, his armor blackened but unbroken. You cannot destroy what has already embraced destruction. You cannot kill what has already been killed. You cannot deny what has already been consumed. The ground trembled, cracks splitting beneath us, blood rising once more, flooding the platform. Faces bulged from the stone, their mouths opening, their lips twitching, their voices layering. Marek, Garrick, Hadrian, the commissar, every comrade we had lost, every name we had buried, all whispered again, "Join us." We fired out of instinct, bolts lancing into faces, sparks bursting, smoke rising. But the faces only laughed, their wounds bleeding, their eyes glowing brighter. We hacked at chains that fell from the ceiling, slicing rusted links, sparks raining, blood dripping. But the chains only multiplied, wrapping tighter, binding wrists and ankles, dragging men upward into the smoke. We roared in defiance, our voices raw, our lungs bleeding. But the hive only whispered louder, "Serve, serve, serve." The spire's cracks sealed entirely, its veins pulsed anew, its chains rewove themselves from ash. The fire dimmed, choked by smoke, smothered by blood, swallowed by the hive itself. The corpses marched again, their cadence heavier, their silence deeper, their endurance absolute. Even in flames, even in ruin, even in explosion, Hive Morbus endured. Vane fell to his knees at last, his pistol gone, his knife broken, his detonator useless. He stared upward at the spire, his eyes hollow, his lips trembling. He did not pray, he did not curse, he only whispered, "We were never meant to win." The dead saint's laughter rolled over us, deeper than thunder, sharper than blades, heavier than silence. You were never meant to fight, you were meant to serve. And you will. The corpses advanced again, their boots striking stone, their cadence rattling marrow, their silence louder than screams. We raised broken rifles, we raised empty hands, we raised shattered voices. But defiance was not survival. Defiance was only delayed, and the hive had already endured us. The spire no longer burned. The flames we had birthed with fire and fury had been swallowed, their heat drawn into veins, their smoke siphoned into lungs, their light consumed by sockets that glowed pale and endless. The corpses marched again, their cadence heavier than drums, their boots striking stone in rhythm that shook marrow, their silence louder than screams. We had given everything, blood, fire, defiance, and Hive Morbus had not fallen, it had fed. We staggered back into corridors that no longer looked like stone. Their walls pulsed faintly, ribs shifting, faces whispering, chains dangling like veins. The floors bled with every step, the ceilings groaned with every breath, the air thick with prayers whispered by voices long dead. We had lived too long inside this place. We had breathed its blood, swallowed its prayers, and heard its law. We were no longer soldiers in a city. We were intruders inside a body, and bodies do not forgive trespass. We reached the heart at last. The spire's throat opened into a chamber vaster than any cathedral, taller than any manufactorum, darker than any trench. Its walls were covered in skulls, their jaws twitching, their sockets glowing, their whispers layering into a hymn without pause. Its floor was built from rib cages wired together, each one still rising and falling faintly, as if lungs refused to forget their task. Its ceiling pulsed like a heart, glowing faintly with pale light, beating in rhythm with the engines below. At the chamber's center stood the saint, not upon his throne now, but risen, his cloak of crimson spreading across the floor like blood, his armor blackened but unbroken, his sword raised high. His eyes burned brighter than fire, brighter than faith, brighter than defiance. He looked not at us, but at the hive itself, and he spoke. "You were never meant to live. You were built to serve. You are a weapon." The skulls screamed with him, their jaws cracking, their tongues shriveling, their sockets burning. The chains rattled, their links glowing, their inscriptions smoking. The ribs beneath us cracked, their lungs wheezing, their bones groaning. The ceiling throbbed harder, its beat shaking the air, its light burning our eyes. The saint's voice grew louder, layered with thousands, tens of thousands, millions of voices. This hive was never a city, it was never a home, it was never a place to live. It was built to die, and to die, to serve. Visions struck me then, not in dreams, not in whispers, but burned into my eyes by the pale glow of the ceiling. I saw Hive Morbus built not for people but for war. Its corpse engines are designed not to support life but to recycle death. Its aqueducts meant not to carry water but to carry voices. Its chapels meant not for faith but for obedience. Its spire meant not to touch heaven but to march as a spear into endless battle. Hive Morbus was a necropolis, a weapon, a city designed to endure death, to consume death, to recycle death, to march armies of the dead into wars the living could never survive. It had not awakened by accident. It had been waiting, and now it was ready. The saint turned his burning eyes upon us at last, his smile faint, his voice layered. "You thought you came to fight rebellion. You thought you came to quell heresy. You thought you came to hold the line." His smile widened, his sword raised higher, his cloak spreading wider. "But you came to join, and now you will march." The corpses around us moved as one, their boots striking stone, their chains dragging, their jaws twitching. They closed in from every side, their eyes glowing, their silence pressing heavier than any wall. Our rifles were broken, our charges spent, our blades dull, our throats raw. There was nothing left to fight with. There was nothing left to defy with. There was only inevitability. Vane raised his broken knife anyway, his lips curling into a snarl, his voice hoarse but steady. "For the Emperor," he whispered, his words trembling, his hand shaking. The corpses struck, the hive closed, and the last thing I heard before the dark swallowed me was the saint's voice, heavy and layered, endless and absolute. "You were never meant to live, you were meant to serve, and service never ends." The final revelation was not that we had lost. It was that there had never been victory to win. Hive Morbus was never alive. Hive Morbus was never ours. Hive Morbus was a weapon, and we fed it. If Hive Morbus endures, then what other hives across the Imperium are waiting to awaken? What cities do we live in today, not knowing they are already weapons built to consume us?